what should be happening was you should notice. You should notice at any point. That you're a thing? Have you been noticed that you're a thing? Okay. Right, there we go. I think that means we are off. Right? I think that is. Let me quickly double check. We are off. Right? Echo. Echo bad. Echo very bad. There we go. Okay, that gives me this, which completes the announcement. Ooh. There we go, okay. There we go, I can have some fun with that one. It's just so that people who usually tend to join because they'll be on Steam friends list now won't be able to get the early join. Just me trying to you know, be nice for once, but there we go. Do something new, liven up a bit, you know. Do something special for the day. Literally in rules and announcement. What do you mean? Well, because some people do struggle. We'll see. Yes, I'm in observer mode. Because some people do struggle with the concept of what the idea is. There we go. Right. Whew. Oh, so far so good. Oh dear, what's going on here? Okay, that was a weird lag spike. Let's ignore that and let it go away. It's my favourite way of dealing with problems. Okay, so I know that we're missing a last second dropout on... Let me tab back in to see who we're missing, because I know we had 2 last second dropouts today, but we also had quite a few reseeds. Yeah, so most of us late on Yuan, but that's that. IX dipping and Rip Rat. AI will have a field day with that one. That is not the...
That's a state secret.
The fine people in the GC main chat pointed out that no, I don't have the right save. Oops. So the person I was meant to go on
Transoxiana's a little bit
I guess congratulations, you're now playing Oirat. Thank you for your last second seeding. No, just kidding. You're taking over. Josh taking over from... God. Because most people don't want a permanent sub, they're just like a 1 session sub. So you get the choice between Oirat and Themajig. Yeah, I don't want to...
My big question is, why fix Transoxiana when he could just play the Timurids? They're already just a better version.
Why? Because then QQ's dead.
QQ's dead.
Like,
yeah, but we don't care about QQ.
Oh, look. You may not care about QQ. But QQ has a special place in existence, probably. So, there we go.
I have no qualms with QQ.
How did you fix it?
I didn't.
Transoxiana.
I didn't fix it. I was meant to fix it, and I didn't save it properly. So, wrong save. I don't want to reload it now. Because otherwise it requires rehost in the lobby because Paradox doesn't let you reload saves. But yeah. Anyway, so because of that, yeah.
Just love how he lost one war and just started
Did you
releasing
say there
all
was
the
a
nations.
Florence
Yep.
sub?
Yes, Florence as well.
Is it a permanent one or just a?
I'm not sure. It seems to be a temporary one from what he's told me.
Well, I might survive then. That would be nice.
It may not even be a sub at this rate, because obviously if you require a sub in the last 10 seconds, then go away. No, Josh, you've been promoted to a country we're not rehearsing.
I transact
Jesus,
anyway.
connecting's
Yeah,
taking
stay
so long.
Triceratops
For some
anyway, you'll be
reason.
fine.
Instantly dies.
Wait,
It's
I
like-
I might have to restart my game actually.
Yeah.
Why don't they mean?
I think just go on either Florence or
Oirat.
Or Oirat.
Right.
Yeah. I think I prefer Joshua and Oirat at least. It's still better than AI. Wait, no, most have said he'll be. I'm so confused now. The people said they can't make it versus the people that said they're going to be late. You know, but there we go.
Because that he can also try to play Manchu, but I believe Manchu might have some issues.
Nah, that'll be fine. Moses was on what country again? I forgot.
He was.
Oh, Noir.
England.
Oh, yeah, completely ignore that. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, we need a. He has a choice between Oirat and Florence, and I prefer in Florence.
I prefer Monorat.
Sorry, I'm completely messed up. So I prefer him on Oirat than Florence. Because I think you need the Oirat, not Florence.
So it's 3 minutes
And
past
also
9.
saves me, yeah. Well, in all fairness, our usual habit is starting the GC half an hour late, so we're already ahead of schedule.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
This
we're
is going
still
well so
we're on
far.
time right now.
Just wait a sec for me. I just restarted the game because it wasn't allowing me to join. For some reason.
Hello, Tunas is here. I'm just loading the game up.
Unacceptable.
I can only apologize for my tardiness.
What are we gonna do? Look, I mean, we need the great Tunisian
Look,
kings.
I'm sure Tunis will endure without a thing, and I don't have a second monitor, so yeah, stop building.
If anyone needs a sub, I'll switch to them.
No, you stay on your Pope Island of shame.
Yeah,
I don't think
Thanos
that's an
Pope.
island. I'll be honest with you. Italy is many things, but islands are not it. I won't really call it an island.
No, we're excommunicating him to Corsica, just like
Be-
Napoleon.
Being real a little bit,
Is,
you can still.
Oh, sorry, Elba. Yeah,
Okay,
gotta throw him on
Lemon, I have
Elba.
no clue what's going on in our
Neither
ad,
do
but
I,
I'll
so-
try to do my best. Is Manchu a player?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
They're
No, that's just
currently
AI nights.
eating
They just do
Chagatai.
things.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Yeah, and also eating China. But there you go.
Yeah, China's about to explode. They already got E-rebels.
Ooh, the half of Portugal's missing.
Oh yeah, that's bad and gone.
Also, where's Brandenburg? Oh, they're into the game. Denmark needs to pick on Denmark. It's Denmark.
Where's Ayutthaya? Ayutthaya's gone.
Oh yeah, Apollo on Congo. You don't have to be on Congo. You can choose which one of the people in that region you want to go on, because Congo is getting a bit bored right now.
Yeah, they're not. You could play Kilwa. Kilwa would probably be a lot easier.
No, I wanted specifically in that bit.
Oh,
Otherwise,
okay.
Kill was
I think
a bit
Congo
too
was
close
the
to his
best
friend
one
in
in this
QQ.
region.
Yeah, Kill was a bit too close for his friend in QQ.
I'm
So there
going
we go.
Congo, it's fine.
Can people stop trying to ping me about things? Also, I don't want to rehost again.
Why this song? No,
So no, I'm not going to.
I didn't want to mute.
Okay, well I have to run away from that song. And yeah, sorry, I just saw that. I don't want to rehost again on the save edits because it's going to take another half an hour for I get it running. Either way, it's
But
just
also
take
there's
Josh
two
Josh
people
away.
in Poland right now. There's two people in Poland.
Why are there two people on Zoom?
Oh no, you should go up for this session.
I should fix it.
Well, they're both still on. But who is Fabwar?
Sorry?
Who is Fabwar?
On which country?
On Poland.
There's only one person on Poland.
There is
Oh my
literally a person in the player list limit. Readied up as
What the
Poland.
hell?
How do you not see this?
I do see it now. Oh, gee, I just turned it off to send people. Who is?
Who's Thanagor?
Trying to find
Is
out.
that an approved sub for Russia, or are we just getting a random person? You need to go sort this shit out.
I do need to go sort this shit out. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, fuck's
We
sake.
have Favwar and Thanagor.
Usually people don't randomly join the
randomly.
GC, which is, you know, normally it's not a
We
problem. But
need
there
to
we go.
go.
Marbach was the weird one I'm thinking.
Marbach is fine.
There
You
was-
need to go talk to Thanagor and Favwar because they are
Okay. Who the fuck?
like go talk to them. I think they're in the wrong game or something. Go up to the channel and talk to them, or pull them.
Right. Where the fuck are they?
Stop talking.
Is where-
Favor and Vinegar, who the fuck are you two?
Yeah. Sorry, I was shift tabbed out, which takes a while to shift tab, but there, okay.
Actually, let me pull them down, both down to Observer.
I forgot, I shift tabbed.
Yeah, pull them down
Hey.
to Observer.
Right. Thanagor, and where's the other one? Marbach. Am I being blind?
No, it's
There
not
he is.
Marbach, it's Favwar. It's not
Favwar.
Marbach. Marbach is fine.
Yeah, that's Brandon.
Unmute
Sorry, I'm being
yourself.
special. There we go. Hello.
Hey,
You're in the special chat, which just us.
they're in the wrong fucking, they're both gone.
No, say if I went to. Okay, yeah. Does that mean Russia's not here as well? Fuck's sake. Cause. Okay. Sanago, hello. Who are you? Please communicate if at least through text if you're not going to unmute yourself. But there we go. Oh, he's gone. Makes sense. Right. Fuck. Why would people try to randomly join them? They can just ask. I know there is meant to be one random new guy. He's talking about being on Kill One. Anyway, Transox. Fuck is. I will be eating the Russian weather. Why is it not showing up? Am I being blind? I think I'm being blind again. One moment. Oaken, Kirk, Pep. Yep. Not Russia. Not Russia. Where is the Russia flag? I mean, blind, not seeing the Russia flag. I'm actually not seeing the Russia flag on the bloody human player list. Oh, it's the fucking Muscovy flag, isn't it?
We're missing Mosos too.
Moses said he'll be late. Thanagor, who is Thanagor then?
Some
Yes.
random. They're two idiot randoms. They're gone.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Oh, there we go.
They're gone.
I just on my play map mode. I was trying to be so confused. Well, where did the Muscovy player go? Did she got nothing out of him as well?
It was two. Lemon, how do you not understand this? It's two friends who are retarded.
No, I know who they are. I know they left off. I mean, where is the actual Muscovy player? Have you heard from him? Because I haven't.
I talked to him like 2 days ago. I wasn't under the impression he wouldn't make it. I would like him to be here.
For God's sake. Right.
Oh, I mean,
He kind of like Muscovy is kind of like a relevant person to be here. But yeah.
Is he though?
Kinda. I feel.
There's no one around him to expand his land or anything.
I mean, I feel like you in Denmark is that your prime expansion is Muscovy, but yeah, so that's like you are the only one who directly benefits from like a Muscovy. Even Poland has Lithuania to eat before they get to them. So,
Okay.
but yeah, anyway, yeah, Florence. Sorry, not getting a sub because that many. Josh.
Are we just?
Well, we don't have any subs because all the people I know who are subbing can't sub. So there we go.
Do you want to? If Moses announced he would be late, you should put player protection on the war.
I think that's the fair point. First half hour, which I think is fair for lateness.
We'll put a half hour protection on Muskie as well. That'll be nice to me. Philly lost 8 people. Yeah. You need player protection on Florence as well. Unless we're getting a sub.
We're not at this rate, so I want to start. I don't want to lobby up too long.
And you can't get anyone else?
No, everyone who I know is basically in the GC.
Spam. Nexior.
Yeah, Nexior said he actually, that might be a thing Nexior, that's the point. He's not, Yes, I think him on Muscovy. Florence.
Hold on, I'm asking one more person.
Yeah.
You willing to
and then Argentina I've already subbed with. Choco Ninja was the one liking behind to death. Cookie is in the game, isn't he? Okay, well Florence is kind of half sub, so there we go. Anyway, I'm gonna stop lobby before it's up too long.
Oh, hold on. Bell is in.
Who is?
Ask him if he. The former Lithuanian player.
Oh, perfect.
Jesus Christ.
Well. I did ping him and he ignored my messages earlier, so.
You can put him on Russia permanently if Russia is not making it. Pull him down.
Moses is in as well. Apparently, we fucked around for so long. Where the hell is him gone? There he is. Right, hello. Please go on Russia, because I seem to have pulled.
Would you like to take a Russia permanently?
Not really, to be honest.
You're gonna keep playing Lithuania?
I would Lithuania get reseeded, so I thought the Russia player was coming back.
Well, he pulled a no-show last second, it seems, as in not even told us. So.
We need a permanent.
Yeah. There is also still Sunda, technically, as far as reseeding is concerned, and Killer. Because I don't think there's much point using Lithuania. It's kind of dead anyway.
Well, to be honest, the Russian player and I made a deal, but if he's not going to come, then yeah, it is.
No. Okay.
If you play that, you're permanently taking it over. Otherwise, we so you're strong with the new team.
Yep.
You just need to culture flip to whatever it is, the forum, Zion.
Do you need to? Oh yeah, you do, don't you? Because I tell
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it within a certain amount.
Oh yeah, also yeah, I kind of seem to adapt. Maybe notice.
Yeah. Well, if the Russia player's not coming, I'll just get reseeded because I've never played Russia before.
Fair enough. Well, again, kill Sunda and or Ayutthaya.
Can you say that?
Ayutthaya, Sunda, which is the old magic party base.
The only pause I have for Muscovy is that you were just playing them, so I don't specifically know if that's a great idea, but we do need a Russia player.
Yeah.
It's up to you, Logan.
Yeah. I still, if you don't want to play Muscovy, I'd still strongly prefer Muscovy. You can still go on Killer, but I would strongly prefer Muscovy from game balance perspective.
Just pick a country.
I'll do Killa because I feel like I'd probably do worse on Russian than the AI would.
That's a lie.
No. Well, I don't know why you gave them all these options. Why wouldn't you just have them permanently seeded to Ayutthaya?
Well, we didn't kind of.
Because that's an actual.
Doesn't Ayutthaya
putting them on. What are you talking about? That was a player lesson.
That was a player lesson.
He's next to an idiot, so it's not like.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. So he's got a plan. It might as well. Please, ex-Lithuania, please go on Ayutthaya instead. Probably better.
On who?
Ayutthaya. Green Legion, South Asia.
Oh, Ayutthaya.
Yeah, they got Khmer as a subject, I think.
They've been a player.
They have been a player compared to Killa being AI. Okay.
Alright.
Yep. That's that sorted. Then I think that's about as good as we'll get. We're just gonna have to deal with Muscovy being quote unquote protected, and that's about it for the first half hour anyway, in case he does show up. And I don't
Let me
want to start
change
moving,
my-
so everyone ready up.
Let me change my nickname real quick. Hang on. I alt tabbed.
Okay, well, when you do ready up, everyone's ready up apart from audio coins. So I'm gonna go ping audio coins and then yeah. Hello.
Eric
coins
was
ready up.
saying that it's not really that fair that you put Lithuania on Muscovy so they can build
Hello.
him.
That's all great.
Yeah.
Can Themager coin audio coins ready up? You can have the fairness discussion later. Thanks.
Oh my
Of course, it's audio coins.
Right. Jesus Christ! I actually do want to start this sooner rather. Oh, we are running. Okay. And yeah, I've got the wrong save loaded for the Transox save edits. Oops. Too much complaints, but moving on with that swiftly in life. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it would get. Ayutthaya, Viable, I will beat you back into room 1 then. Yep.
Sorry, I was taking a while to load in. I had
No
a stream
worries.
on in the background.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, I will be sending you back to room 1 then now. Yep.
Alright.
Perfect, thank you. Enjoy. Thanks for going to Ayutthaya. Right, there we go. I do like to be giving people choices in terms of reseeding. Probably shouldn't be doing as much as I do, but yeah. Okay, right. So media dips. Riv Russia, that was a weird no-show. Like, at least we heard from a couple others, so we could scrape together something resembling a sub. But yeah, that's that. At least Japan here, Josh, and Oirat should mean that at least Oirat's not going to be dead. It's going to be an interesting power vacuum. We'll see how that works out in the end. And yeah, so far so good. This is a bit rather cursed, but Jore as a subject to game up. But oh well. Right. Oh yeah, and of course, 5 variables. On Ottomans, yeah, I think that just started. France having a little fun with Castile. Ooh, yep. Having their fun with that. Ottomans with Hungary. Morocco we won that earlier, and England also. This is such a cursed thing. France, England, Morocco in an alliance, but really doesn't look like the best case deal for Castile here in terms of players they're fighting, but there we go. Right, I'm going to give a couple more minutes to people to accompany, sort out the fact of, oh hi, this is the country I'm running, and then we will be back and actually good to go. Well, probably a bit too late for the Congo and Russia, but oh well. Right, but apologies for that. Right. Okay. Too many pains, too many things. I think with that though, we'll be unpausing. There we go. So, only what? 21 minutes this time for the unpause? But there we go. Right, well, as we do go through this... Well, sorry, Pirate. Let's go through the countries and how well they're doing in our first 23 years. Mami going into the south here makes perfect sense for them. Reasonable levels of income, a decent chunk of their trade being nicked, but not too bad. The reason bunch of that is, however, looting, so I won't say too much, but yeah. Enough of income to do something with it, reasonable force limit, decent, just, yeah. Of course, not much, can't talk about income this early in fairness, so that's a bit unfair. It's more the size of the country that you start with, but there we go. Also, Byzantium broke free out of Genoa again on the islands. They tend to do that a surprising amount of times. Yeah, wrong dynasty. So there we go. That's always nice to see. But right, that's Mamluks. Out of manpower though. Not too badly over it, but yeah, under 4 limits. So probably need to address that. They did fight that early death war against Ottomans, but otherwise, yeah, so far so good. Reasonable estates on everything. Yep. Moving on to now the Congo seed. Has to clean up what's left of these random wars. Really won't be too bad. He has a massive war chest. Of course he does. Came from AI. Oh, probably got rid of his entire crown out there. But there we go. Yeah, he should be absolutely fine here to consolidate this entire area. But there we go. Now the more important thing is how prepared is Arak? And it seems the answer is quite reasonably prepared as he is going into the Ottomans here. Is that alone? Well, with the AI Florence. That's always nice to see. Although now that Florence is not a player, that's going to be bringing a secondary question of how important that would be. Although Ottomans definitely have a bit of a decent stack of their own. But main things here, and okay. Oh, they took Defender of the Faith. Brilliant, yep, they did go into that. But my main thing that I will be saying is that is a very nice general, albeit very fire focused early. But infantry combat ability does matter when you don't have cannons yet. So, good trait, and wow, that's your heir. Oh no, that's the ruler general. That's a really good ruler general. But there we go. Unfortunately, we'll be one shock face behind, and you don't have much in terms of a shock general. And shock is a lot more critical this early game, but it is what it is. And you'll love to see people already lagging behind. Alright. While we do also do that, I do want to see France kind of beelining straight into Castile, now that Castile and the Pope have peaced out. Castile is mucking up, they don't want to, yep, but it's all one. Yeah, no real interest here, this is mostly because they're over force limit. At least they're making France pay for it, but unfortunately, yeah, France also should really not be paying for this day. There's no reason for them to fight this death war either now that they do have to look after Burgundy. But there they go in anyway. Still actually having manpower as well. They're going to consolidate this. Okay, they will, and I'm going to come in behind them as well. It's good to see. Immediately we do see a very reasonable morale advantage for Castile there. No discipline to speak of on both sides. And of course the -1 on the terrain is not helping. Castile does have advantage in the shock phase. And yeah, there we go. Oh god, but England is here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, they can bring in a... Ooh, they may have left that a bit too late. But there they go. Oh, Navarra! Go Navarra. Are they going to stand out here? No, they're not. But Jesus Christ. Still not sure what they want out of this war, and why they are putting so much, burning themselves so much in the process for it, but there we go. Oh, I have probably just missed that, but I think, has that been a win for the Ottoman? Has that been a win for them? Looking at battles. Looks like it. Yeah, unfortunately quite a few early wars to look over, which, yeah, the initial, the 1 or 2 battles matter a lot more than before when you can win a battle, but if you have more manpower, it should be relatively... You can lose the battle, but because you have more manpower advantage, you can get away with it, as it were. Again, I'm still quite surprised. I don't know what France wants here, apart from causing all their troops to trek to death. Still, of course, can't really keep this up, but... Oh, I see. Morocco has peaced out with Portugal and taken Ceuta. So now it's just them in that war. another interesting thing is they're not going to peace out Aragon, which I found rather surprising. Another thing to look at as well is... Oh my god, Gibson, are you good there? Right, try not to lag behind again. But, yeah. Don't want to take this fight again. Still on the heels, not the best thing. I don't know if they want to go fight in Navarra, but I think after... The issue is after Burgos, it's straight to Toledo. But, it is what it is. Surprisingly enough, the English Navy has left. Not sure if there's some agreement about it or not. Morocco and yeah, everyone else is still in that war. Okay. Hogchamp is a name I recognise. Is Hogchamp the Russia player? God, I'm trying. It's quite hard to. Oh, is that AXA? I think that is AXA. Let me double check. Yep. But yeah, well done back to coming back, I guess. Well, there's Florence back. So, rip Mr. Pope. It's probably a good thing for Florence, given the lack of things going on there. Still a bit sad about the whole missing Russia, but oh well. Right. In terms of other player wars, yeah, I do want to take a look at the Ottoman one now. That's the main, probably the main attraction, fairness. Right, have all players arrived? I will keep pause for a couple of seconds just for Hogchamp to realise what's going on, but yeah. I do love the dramatic pause as always between the all players have arrived and the star button. That's it's a major part of the fun, you know. But there we go. Right. Well, he gets his quote-unquote 10 seconds. But yeah, anyway. With that, does he actually have his army anywhere? Kind of? Yeah. And in other news as well, yeah, that's fine. Just gonna give Florence a moment to realise what the AI has done to them. Force them an advisor, which they're kind of using, I guess. And not the rest, but there we go. Right, well, that's enough, let's go. Okay, are they gonna go in for a second battle here? I mean, in fairness, Aragon is here. But they may be trying to bait them onto a battle on the Highlands here. Oh, but they are up to, I see now. Ah, they're gonna try and, I see what they're doing. They're gonna suicide onto here to catch the battle. So they can win this. Knock them off the hill. Yep. Which knocks them off the siege. Very well played there. Bit of a sacrifice, but it does knock them off the siege by no amount of time. So this can safely retreat now. Yep. And this now resets. He does need the month tick, I believe, to reset it, but he's about to get it. There it is. Now my main question as well is, what does England have? Oh, they only have 5k, I was about to say. Why does England bother? Well, that's cursed. England going saying no to Anglican by going Orthodox in Ireland, but there we go. May also involve actually an England going forming Ireland, because Ireland for their better ideas. But England does have some reasonable stuff going for it. Obviously the naval stuff is great, but the 20% goods produced is also a good one to have. Ireland, however, is just better if you plan on fighting on land more, which may be the case. England is mostly not present heroes either, but yeah. Anyway, we have had the month tick now, so this siege is going to be starting all the way back from nothing. And it was the Merc stack I think they suicided in. Yeah, makes sense. Although, I don't know if they have the Italian rules modifier anymore. No, England is sieging out random bits of Arak. That is the question. Or Aragon. Can they peace out Aragon? Oh wow. Pretty close. Actually, they maybe get Aragon out soon. Not for the best for the Castile player, to say the least. But yeah, Ottomans just reconsolidating here. I think they did lose quite a few guys I missed earlier, and it seems that Hungary is keen to do the same. I don't think neither of them want to throw the first. Oh, but it's the Ottoman offensive. I see. Oh, and they just engaged someone. Is that Croatia? I believe so. But there we go. I think that was Croatia, right? I don't see any other subject they could have picked up, but right. Well, Aragon suiciding that in there. France now taking the hint and keeping their main stack over here retreating. Which means France will be burning more manpower down the toilet for that. Albeit they have, nothing more to slacken with. They do have Tech 6, but then again so does Castile. As far as ideas, France has 2 in quantity already. Which is probably really helping the whole being able to burn manpower down. Still getting some semi-zealots. Always good to see. Now, Morocco does have the weird dilemma in that if they do cross over here and the navy does get caught out in just a battle, then they get killed. That's a full stack wipe, so I think they probably want to be avoiding, but I'm not sure they are thinking that way. France, however, now generously overforced them. Yeah, Jesus Christ, generously overforced them here. Picking up debt like no tomorrow. I want to say, yeah, I mean, Castile fighting definitely the worst hand of the stick in this one. They don't have Aragon as a PU or integrated, so yep. Oh, and they already have an air. Fortunately, so does Castile both. Might have really struggled getting up there and winning this game simply because of that RNG involved in the process. But yeah. They're gonna go in again. And even England and oh god, Morocco's actually decided to come over. They really want Castile dead this game. And that might be enough. That might be enough for both battles. Although, wow, I can see morale coming up through on top here, and those -2 to the rolls are not helping. Especially with that 8 roll. I think they're going to win the battle here, but huge cost. Wow, they're actually getting reasonable success up in the north too, although eventually they will be overpowered here. Yeah, they are. Question is, how much can Castile keep this up? And the answer is not a lot, not a lot. They are sitting on the war goal, which is not the best, but there we go. So maybe a really ironic argument for, but may have an idea for. Oh, that's not the best event to get. But maybe an event for, maybe an idea for Castile to also go Orthodox here. Not Orthodox, Sunni here to form Andalusia, and then eventually obviously go Orthodox. But there we go. Right, but in other news, how are the Ottomans doing? The answer is they are now fighting a war on 2 fronts because Poland downed them. Oh, I did miss that, but that is definitely an interesting development. And also QQ's in a player war. Huh? Oh, probably because, yeah, Defender of Faith. Fair enough. I do want to see how well the Ottomans will deal with Poland here, especially with Hungary around the area. Is that because, did that down the Ottomans or just Lithuania? Is that a better question? It did down the Ottomans, yep. Okay, the down Ottomans is war leader. But there we go. Well, they did walk off that siege, which is an interesting development. And there we go. Guess they're now getting taken again. Although, it seems that France is ready to double down again. Albeit at a huge financial cost. Jesus Christ, France, you are literally killing yourself for this. Like, this is mostly reinforcements that are hurting. Oh no, they went 5 generals for manpower. I would have actually gambled and gone for it en masse here and then just fought without it, but I'm not one to talk. Aragon would be nice killing those rebels for them, but... There they go. I still don't know why they are doing this. But yeah, unfortunately Aragon is not long for this world. They're at 2. I think Aragon is very close to... They can white piece them out. I don't know why they're not doing that. In all fairness, not that Aragon has fought much, but they can get that white piece. Although Aragon has not exactly shown up to the main front lines. But yeah, if we check, like... France is really... These aren't 1% loans, France. You're now going to actual... Yeah. Into actual debt. Comparable to Castile. And yeah, way too many playables for Speed 3. Let's not even touch that concept. They're also starting to run out of manpower, which is not something they're helpful by retreating, and they are just going to retreat from here. No, they are. Okay, interesting. If they want to sell that province and cause even more attrition, then probably not the best for them. But there we go. I do kind of have to root for the underdog here, but there they go. Right. I don't know why I clicked on Naples. That's not what I meant to click on. Ottomans, however, definitely also not often that you get to say the Ottomans are the underdog here, but I think dying in Hungary probably wasn't the best idea for them. Hungary also keen to put a lot of troops in the field. I definitely think that's above their force limit. It is, and they have popped a golden age. Well, that's a very early golden age, but 10% morale is 10% morale, so there's no disagreement there. They are 3 into quantity now, so they're starting to pick up at least that -1 national unrest, albeit as trivial as it is. And they are going to go in here against the Ottomans, and you can see the Ottomans are moving around, and they really don't want to do that. Oh, they have a 1k left to drop. Oh, no, okay, they make it out there in time. Interesting. But they do need if they do want to make any progress, they will need the siege. Which, if there is a siege against Moldova, they are winning. But it seems that is Hungary keen to relieve that? I think they are, and I think they are going to go for battle here. 26th of May. Do they get a siege take before that? They do, but it's not enough. Okay. Alright, so the Hungarians will go in here. They have locked in now, so there they go. Substantial morale advantage for the Hungarians, but the Ottomans still having the numbers here. And yeah, on the fire phase, actually. So weird to see the fire phase being devastating that early on, but there it is. And they are beaten back here without real question. They brought the numbers and the general, and even the just about everything. Overstacking the stadium doesn't matter too much. But hey, France is also looking back on this, back for round 2. The real question is again, why is France doing this? Given how much they're going. Hello, Scusi, hello.
Telling Belly to message you.
Oh yeah, no, messaging me. I need to shift tab. I don't have a second monitor, so yeah. What's going on?
Hold on.
Right, that's a good thing. That's a good sign. Great. Oh, is he? Was there lag in the voice chats? In all fairness, I wasn't noticing, but there we go. Unfortunately, yeah, shift tabbing, yeah, it does that. It does not like shift tabbing. There we go, sorry about that. And I think that is actually Aragon out of the picture. It is, with Navarre out of the picture, which is not the best thing to look at. But yeah. They take that royal marriage? Makes sense, but okay. You know, let France continue treating on here. Have a kind of, yeah, the semi-horseman stack for this. France generously still, again, another day, another loan. Trying desperately to run the morale to compete with this, but wow. Last Jouting Town, they've got Crusade buffs from Moroccan Crusade, yep. An expansion of Zealotry and pretty decent power projection too, yeah. If they can get it up to 5, that would be insane for them, but it's already pretty impressive. Right, but that's that. Anyway, I'm going to pop back into the Ottomans and see that. Okay. Apart from the Albanian Orthodox rebels, Hungary is going for the advancement here, and also, yeah, Poland going against Crimea. I think the main thing that Poland would want out of this is definitely the Crimea here. I don't see them having much, you know, desires to go down south, but Ottomans will be taking this fight. In farmlands nonetheless. Probably not the best place to take that fight, given... Oh no, they have the morale point of damage advantage on them. And that 5% discipline this early is not substantial enough to make a difference. Yeah. I mean, the casualty ratios are a bit insane. But... yeah. The Ottomans do get overpowered. Now my better question is, yeah, they have done the 100 milk points for manpower thing from earlier. And as I look back, Castile yet again doing the cut-off trick here. Oh, and that was a stack that got caught. Wow, Castile actually having a reasonable chance here. Jesus. That was probably not the best idea, Morocco. I think you might be wiped there. Yes, you were. Okay, this navy here tells me one thing, and that is that Morocco is looking to cross. My one main question is, why is England so dedicated still to get out of it? Well, given they're declaring their own wars, probably not much, but there they go. They're not even a force limit, so yeah. Yes, England's getting a nice relationship with France out of it. France, however, is still burning themselves in debt. And they're still lagging behind. So that's the answers to Speed 3 concerns. But yeah, Castile, I think, is very much definitely out of manpower here. And yeah, that morale early on is actually proving rather insane for them. Expansion of Zealotry and everything is proving quite the challenge to overcome. Especially with stack wipe after stack wipe. Yeah. They're now France's only ahead from taking. Oh no, France is actually ahead. Wait, Jesus. I think the naval occupation is getting quite a bit of war score. Did they really lose that many battles earlier? Yeah, major one on the board. Going for like 6 war score. Fair enough. Well, best of luck in claiming that one. And not looking too good for the Ottomans, not we have that many rebel stacks going around. And it does seem that Hungary is pushing through on the siege, but Florence may be picked up and beaten down here in isolation. I'm not sure if they get away from that in time. Seems the answer is a no. As far as morale is concerned, yeah, Ottomans finally at 4, and Florence severely lacking in it. And this split advantage means that, well, Hungary did walk off the siege. So there goes that siege progress, but it may cost the Ottomans quite a bit for the relief of this siege. In that regard, I'm not sure what Poland is doing. They're really not. That's Lithuania. Probably want a bit more than 5k on that siege, I would guess, but. How the hell did they get the disoccupation? Well, that's... that is their entire army. What the hell is going on here? I was about to say, surely they have a bit of distorted subjects going on. Oh, for God's sake, I hate this bug. Now if I go to Poland, will show me your subjects, yeah. Yeah, quite a solid subjects going on here. Oh, Kiev go break free. But at least Moldovia's loyal. And it's not lagging behind, a tale as old as time. But so far, so just a starefest, at least after these couple battles here. And the siege did get reset, and if anything also, these rebels are going to be annoying. And GG for that, for defensive Granada. But yeah, at the same time, how much out of manpower can they maintain 10 months? I'm not sure, but they had good defensively do this. Morocco has also built up 21k, 31k in total if they do decide to cross. They have a reasonable supply of manpower. Are they ever forced them? Not at all. Can Ipsum try not lagging behind? We'll find out next time. It does seem that, yeah, France now pulling a lot of the stops out of manpower themselves. It's kind of a concern. Or at least it should be. They have enough to recruit generals to slacken, but they are starting to run out, and this attrition is not helping the case. Castile keeping their distance. They have probably either got an event or slackened earlier. This is an interesting button to press. I probably would just for the mill points. If they did, fair enough here. This will be huge for them to get though. And god, are they that dedicated to weakening themselves? Seems to be the case. They're about to take a huge attrition hit here. There they go. No, not too bad, but actually. Then again, supply's not as bad as I remember it is, but yeah. Either way, not a good thing to be attriting this much this early. And defensively it is going to make this quite a substantial pain. Heals and a reasonable amount of power projection as well. Morocco is here but hanging back. Now, Ottomans are going to slowly but surely clean up their rebels, which makes sense, but yeah. One thing I do want to check out, is there any other player wars that I'm missing? No. Just Europe. Apologies for the very Eurocentric stream. Congo's just eating, Songhai is just eating AI. Mawar now trying to get out of India. Delhi very much for the same, but going to Tibet. And Vijayanagar just having a fun time in the south of India. Malacca doing some recent concessions, so is Ayutthaya. Japan looking a lot nicer. Not the earliest Japan in the world, but it's a much stronger Japan, actually having a lot of the techs. And probably leading in quantity ideas, if I were to guess, compared to filling them out. Right. How is Oirat doing? And the answer is, weirdly enough, fighting Timmy. Which is an interesting thing to be doing, but there they go. Also having, yeah, enough Australian Shamsky. But I think that's going to conclude our quick tour of the world. Denmark, meanwhile, helping a war of independence, but at the same time. Also going to Riga, which, well, I mean, that's one way to attack the Empire without attacking the Empire, but there we go. It should be fine in that one. Well, going back to our wars, yeah, Castile, as always, out of manpower, but slowly but surely recovering. Now the better question to ask now is, oh, okay, they're actually not taking too much to attrition. Their passive manpower generation is enough to keep them up, and that's the thing with France, is that when it comes to passive manpower generation, they're the amazing French unit models. But moving on, they do the 20% off the bat, and they have the Leviathian mass now from quantity, which means they're getting a pretty impressive 70% just off that, and increased levies and stress and import privileges means that they are almost at 100% already in terms of the manpower cap. But it does look like Castile is slowly but surely showing up to do the same trick again. France moving back immediately into position. And Aragon taking that time to not cross. I think, however, that they are here in earnest now. Up in the north. But there they go, right. Siege on 0%. I think France is going for the 100% payment, which is a bit of a brave thing for France to do. I think if Castile comes to way too much shove, they tend to say, you know what, screw it, I'll bankruptcy war over this, and make France bankruptcy into it as well, which will not be best for both of them. There they go. I mean, France in itself is burning way too much money, in my opinion. Or you're actually starting to build up a substantial amount of debt. Castile with a similar income. Also, actually, yeah. Getting some of those sub, they're only losing 15 ducats compared to France's rather insane 45. Being quite a bit over 4 meters there. Right. Well, Castile probably is starting to... Oh, they have a 5-shot general. That's probably what's been doing so well for them. Although Jean Boreau is still alive, if he were to profit, that would be a substantial issue. And they are starting to get some middle levels, which isn't for the best. Okay. And they go in here. Oh, that's an interesting development. They do get that reinforcement oftentimes, so they would be fighting 2 against 1. The main concern, however, is combat with is 24, so won't be meaning much. That is a bad roll for Castile. And that is a good roll, but they rolled well as well. But yeah, that shot phase is devastating. Now, and yes, Castile still pull out a win here against all odds. The numbers, Mason, they just aren't enough of it. And yes, Castile walking off here. Slowly but surely. Right, now the question is, do they get their Munstick? I don't know if they do, but never mind, they did. Okay. Which resets the progress on the siege, but now it's England on it. Not sure what the hell England has been promised out of this one, but also they finally bothered to help out. Albeit in a very orthodox England nonetheless. And yeah, there goes Leinster. Right. Well, not looking the best for Spain overall. I think what France is probably looking at is trying to see how much they can... the thing is, how much can they even nab out of Spain? So when they get a flat coalition out of it, yeah, that's already a substantial coalition. Even if they take something like that, which would be really devastating. That's the a Europe-sized coalition, so probably not for the best. Very much, yeah, out of manpower now, although they're not on the front lines anymore. Keeping a large army in the field also is hurting them in that regard. Castile going for the second army professionalism and Slacken are really hurting them in the process on the whole mill front, but is what it is. They do have to kind of keep it up. Again. I personally would have, again, this is not a mistake, just a thing. I would have gone for the getting this first initial 50%, then for the second Slacken if the war had dragged on, which it has. But again, hindsight is 50-50, so I can't talk. They do have a another 22k worth of just troops they can pop onto the field, although they probably want to avoid the expenses involved in that. Starting to get some reasonable amount of interest now, and they are still running a... I'm not sure if they specifically need that missionary strength and Spino construction advisor right now. Especially since you aren't building a spy network, but there we go. However, yeah. Front lines now almost entirely taken over by the Moroccans. Now the issue with Moroccans taking over the front lines is I don't think they have anywhere near the quality. And there we go, we see the 5 morale tick for Castile now. Which is really going to change this, I think, but there we go. Right. Well, I'm not sure what they are doing for the Ottomans here. They definitely don't have much in terms of progress against Hungary. Yeah, not looking great, and neither the same can be said for Poland. They've got Crimea on lockdown now. I'm not sure what their plan would be here, but we shall see. No much to comment on in that war. Any other ones popping up? No, more of the same. There you go, Castile slowly but surely refilling their stacks. Is that the Free Company? No, that's the Grand Company. Okay, they still have a reasonable amount of manpower left in their defense, but there they go. Bit of a rip about the whole Iberian wedding. That is a concern. But if they make their king a general, which in all fairness I'm surprised they haven't, there's a chance he dies, which would put you in a rather long regency. So yeah, there is still that to go for. But it is what it is. Right. As far as the depth thing is concerned, yeah. I reckon 75, almost 7 ducats now, and France is burning through loans like they're candy. Still on the main thing. Well, that is an excellent event for them to pop 10k manpower. But that's a quantity one, so I hope they enjoy that one. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be the suicide one again. Although the thing is, with Morocco on the front line, I don't think Morocco is even at full morale. No, very far behind on morale. So this stack is going to be slaughtered. Now, they win that siege on 7%, that would be really tragic. They do! Oh my god, the 7% siege. Well, that is really unfortunate for Castile there, but 7% chance of that happening. Now, I'm not sure you want to take that fight. I'll be honest with you. Especially with same day arrival. And wow, the devastation there for the Moroccans. Well, that's over stacking and a half, but it's also going in, and then they should be absolutely fine here. I think Spain will get their 100%. Will get 100% here unless they really death will map up here, which may be an option. Yeah, I mean they could just put 81k on the front line. There's not much you can really do about that. Okay, can Upsilon stop being really laggy? Jesus Christ, Upsilon. Can't find Upsilon, but oh well. Alright. Right, God. Well, that was painful to watch. Castile had a really good strategy there, but I think they will be 100% of hit, so yeah. There's the Uncon. Yeah, they're gonna feed Morocco all of this. Unfortunately, France has just got a massive target on its back because they themselves don't have the best neighbours in terms of Burgundy. And Austria, probably wanting bites of France here, so... yeah. Castile will also, sooner rather than later, get that power spike with Aragon. Now, one thing that has to be said here is at least that Castile didn't exactly go into a substantial amount of debt, and wow, they are taking a lot of mountains here. Ouch, and I'll max money. They did take max money here. Ouch. Which is going to put them further into debt, but it's probably some money that France desperately needs. Yeah. Okay, now because of that, they will be equal in money. Castile really needs to pick up some players, and the arrogance in releasing Leon here. Well. Not the best. But there they go. Right. Well, that's probably Grand Company gone, but hopefully can recover. Also, Naples is, yeah, now very much Pope's team. They can't claim that, which is unfortunate. Is that who I think it is? I think that might be a Muscovy sub, but do let me check. Don't have a second monitor, but I think yeah, there is. I assume so. Yeah, Muscovy does have to deal with that. Which is not the best, but it is what it is. Oh wow, the arrogance releasing more subjects. Well, at least they still kept their victory card. Which I'm surprised they got that away with that one. Portugal will still be a relatively nice PU in what's left of them. But there we go, right. I'm hoping that you're... Oh dear. Never had trolls joining before until right. Excuse me, do you know? Excuse me.
Like
do you know Fabster?
You're fucking me over, Lemon. Also, Barone Belly is offering to sub somewhere.
Yeah, I thought that was Fabster because Verumbari said, "I'll hot join now."
No.
For God's sake.
No. Varun, just take over Kilwa.
Why did you kick him? He was Muscovy player.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, that's the actual. Yes, he was.
Oh, for God's sake!
He was the.
Are you
Come
retarded?
on!
Oh my
I even
God.
told you!
That's the
I didn't
actual
click.
Muscovy player.
I thought that was
That's
a
the
random.
actual Muscovy player. No,
What the
it's the
fuck?
actual Muscovy player.
This country
Retard.
is in independence war. You kick him.
Good. This is all part of the. It's all part of the plan.
Oops. I did. Oops. Oh my God. Well, now I feel special because I am. Let me quickly repause that game and yeah, hot join again. Oh my God.
Oh fuck.
I was so sure like. That was
Report to the short bus. Let me
What
report
is
to the short
happening?
bus.
Yep.
You should let them both in at once.
I
Varanga
will.
and Kilwa.
I will.
Well, you know, because you're not doing a good
I
job.
usually do that nowadays. I've learnt.
Yeah.
I have learnt about letting people join at the same time, but
Just look at the player list.
Wait, so what exactly happened?
okay. Every time I shift tab, bad things happen. But yeah.
I assume Lemon made an oopsie, but it's okay, we're all human. Actually, wait, that's why he made an oopsie, because he's a lemon, he's not
Well,
human.
that's you need to sort out your microphone.
Well,
but beyond
I'm
that,
about to clap this army without a general. So.
Well, I'm sure Muscovy has enough manpower, but yeah, I'm waiting for Baron Belly's hot join request as well.
Yashida.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm launching the game.
Yeah, I will let him both at the same time now.
Yeah. I launched the game, closed the game, then I launched it again.
That's part of the for fun. God, I'm really sorry. Because we had randoms earlier, I thought, oh god, I have random people joining now. Because there are people that just look around from the... I don't know how people play public lobby EU4, god. But, yeah, that's
You
the
don't.
thing.
It's fucking horrible.
Like, because... how do you play public
You know
lobby?
the best part about this is even if I lose, I just get revanchism. Or must be.
In fairness, revanchism gives you what? Tax? No one cares about tax, but yeah. I guess
Revanchism
gives us interest per annum.
tax doesn't matter, but yeah.
Gives you a fuck ton of stuff. National unrest, tax modifier, interest per annum. Ooh.
Okay,
Maybe
interest. Fine.
audio points or lose a bunch of wars.
Interest per annum. That's the most important.
Manpower recovery, yearly
that's
army tradition, and port defense. It's all very good stuff.
Definitely very useful to war. Yeah.
Right, Baron Belly, are you actually coming? So wait for the join request, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm loading up the game.
Jesus Christ.
Give me a second.
Why are we paused? We don't have to rehost.
We kind of have to because I was special, so I am, yeah.
You just kick someone or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had randoms earlier, so I kicked the actual Muscovy player without realizing the ex-Muscovy player. Basically a paragon of intelligence. I'm a professional.
Not everyone's in this channel, and I'm lead.
Right. Well, apologies for me being incredibly special. But as you can tell, I have been incredibly special today. But there we go. Just waiting for Baron Belly to send the whole join request. I can let them both listen. They bankruptcy. No? Oh, okay, they just... yeah. Very underforced, so actually making a decent chunk of money now. Be able to get restuck in debt to the burgers again, so that'll be nice. As for France, so how much is that debt in terms of interest? Almost 8 ducats. France is looking at 6.5, so not the best look for them as well, but there they go. Hopefully France enjoys their 100 Years War unit models. Woo! I'm really glad I paid got a pre-order bonus for that one. Most got it for Byzantium missions. But there we go. Only took half a decade. God. Yeah, no, EU4. I am spoiled by relatively quick EU4 loading on my machine, but EU4 does sometimes like to take a couple decades to load, which isn't for the best. Right. But there we go. 1 hour of gameplay, and we've done 5 years. That's speed 2 and early playables for you. But I can finally focus on the Ottoman front. There's only one more to go to, and when we get the pause, I can go over the countries and start doing a little power ranking, as it were, for them. But no, Castile fought very well, but there's just when they lost that 7% siege. Well, it happens 7% of the time, but they rolled their nat 14 on it, which happens. But yeah. Wasn't the best. In the long run, probably best for Castile that they did lose it that way, because they got them out of the war already, and this is a war they really should not be fighting. They need a player ally, hopefully something like Hungary, keep them alive. Or an Austria, something that can actually threaten France so they don't go in again. Not without a lot of thinking anyway. They are mill focused, and I think slowly but surely they should be able to get their quantity ideas done. But we shall see. The main thing that France does have to look out for, of course, is that in the 1500s, with Reformation, they'll be a bit more uniquely susceptible to the whole, French wars of religion, which is kind of manageable. You just go Protestant and, abuse that fully. But still something you'll be in a small little gap. You have to be weak under. And also, of course, the Spanish tercios are going to give them quite a substantial advantage if they both have the same ideas and everything. So there we go. Now Baron Delhi is taking its sweet time. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I will go to Asia, but I'm sorry, there's been like there's 2 player wars in Europe. All the Asians are just looking at each other, being friendly. You know. I'd love to go to Asia, but you don't give me a player war. Give me a player war in Asia, then I'll go there. But there it is, the actual Muscovy player only took no. Okay, Varan barely slowly but surely working his way into the load as well. Yep, that's part of the fun. Hope everyone's enjoying their funny EU4 experience of an hour of this. But there we go. Slowly but surely. Right, Varan Belly's in, should be on Kilber. There we go. Okay, and now we need to wait for like another 5 minutes for the game to realize all players have arrived. Then we need to wait for another 5 minutes to. No, you're not, because the Varan. Who is Themagic playing on? Not Varan Belly, but Eu4 was causing a lot of it earlier. Huh, where the hell is he gone? I think I'm blind, I can't see him. There's a scroll, which I can't scroll down. There he is, yeah, Burgundy, okay, you get to claim the lag one. But okay, we've been paused way too much. Let's get back into it. Now France in terms of tech are a bit behind. Ironically enough, Castile actually being ahead on that, with at least a somewhat reasonable ruler, especially when it comes to mill. Mr. Louis XII and Valois are not the best for mill as well, but they have the advantage of now being 3 and 4 ideas in. Compared to Castile not even being 1 in. But there they go, right. This, however, is rather horrible. I would most likely do make this a general just for the chance that he will die, even though I did just confirm as a ruler, because then there is still a chance of that inheritance happening once you get that regency. And it is something you do want to get for yourself. The other news, is Castile actually going to pick themselves up some player allies? Well, let's find out. Also Morocco, yeah, to form Andalus, you're gonna need a lot more than those two. Yeah, you're gonna need southern Spain for that one. Oh. Oh my god. Varan Belly, you're completely lagged out. Like, completely lagged out. Which is not the best sign. Varan Belly.
Yeah, I do see
like
that.
a 4 months
It is
behind.
definitely not a
4 months?
you know.
A full month. Like, literally, as soon as
Good
you enter the
experience.
game, I've unpaused, and you haven't moved forward a day.
Fucking hell, that's not good at all.
No, you're a month behind.
Oh.
And also that internet
least
loading
I'm
speed
not
was a lot slower. Are you
Yeah,
sure
it's a
you're
lot
supposed to-
slower than I'm used to. Yeah, it's normally good last time I played here, but you know, maybe it's having a bad day today.
Yeah, no, you're still completely frozen a month behind, as in it forced me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe
I think we'll call it a day then. Guess you can just kick me.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going
Varan
now.
Belly's lagging behind. Oh, I think, are you
He's going,
actually
he's
next?
going.
You're going?
He's in the right month.
Going.
Right, well, we'll give you a chance.
You're on time now.
Okay. In all fairness, now you are actually not lagging behind. So hey, progress has been made. But there we go. Right. I will leave you now that that's back. Right. Right. And yeah, quite a few GCs in, so that's that. Right. As the main war and the main event, we do see, okay, Hungary's still on the siege. Oh dear. I think the Munster is what hurt him the most there, which not for the best. And yeah, well, I do kind of want to observe the Munster in the battle, so that Hungarian morale is rather useful. Okay, actually the Munster kind of stuff, but yeah. Oh, Hungary getting all of the good events right now. But yeah, with the general and on them as well. I mean, the casualties are almost the same unless that one. That was a beautiful take for the Ottomans. And that was a beautiful take for the Hungarians. So it's kind of trading in reasonable amounts. The discipline difference isn't anything to look at substantially. And yeah, they've got this one in the bag here. Well, it also does seem that Albania will be breaking to the Orthodox rebels. So, woo, Orthodox Albania. In 17 months, because they literally full occupy the country. But yeah, slowly but surely Hungary's making their way in. And Crimea being fully occupied doesn't help with the situation. They can enforce studying Warsaw worth of peace deal now, which is not for the best. But yeah. Okay, is France at least running a positive now? Oh god, they're still running a negative. But yeah, well, impressively sized Asturias is an impressively sized Asturias, but don't have the course to back it up. That's a Castile, well, they're a bit gutted in that regard. Can still fort on Granada, which would be a reasonable fort, but yeah, this is not the best situation to be in when it comes to that. But Castile isn't paying for their, France isn't paying for their troops. Castile is. I think, do they have rebels? No, they have no reason to be paying for their troops unless they really intend to go into war into Tunis or something. But there they go. Ooh, Tunis has actually expanded now, so that means they do have the opportunity to go into Songhai. That's a lie, that's a player. Well, at least they border him, so they can at least sell him institutions. But with that, let me do double check on this before I finally go and say hi to Asia. And it seems to be we're looking at a Starefest. Well, while they enjoy staring at each other, let's move on. And oh, rest in peace, Timurids. QQ, getting some beautiful name placement with a jam here. We're seeing a Kara QA? QRA? Well, it's still Kara Q, but that weird J goes through the Q&A. Sight to behold, sight to behold. But that's name placement 101 for you. Thank you, Paradox. But with that, yeah. Timmy is a goner here. I don't know if they're splitting it with well, I guess there's the peace deal, so I think they were in the same one here. Let's check. Were they allied? They are, okay. Well, there's a decent chunk of Timmy to each of them. Maybe before Milwa gets into it. I do believe QQ probably wants to form Persia, although QQ's ideas are very respectable in their own. Mostly cavalry at the start, which isn't the best, but leader shock doesn't hurt. Decent amount of manpower. CCR and price Warsaw cost is nice to have. Tolerance of heretics as well, nice to have. A leader maneuver kind of helps, but isn't great. This is mostly useless in MP, this is mostly useless, this is mostly useless, but you also get another leader pip. So it is, I mean, they're bad. Don't put it through me, but it's quite usable early game, especially with the cavalry, so definitely understand the beeline towards forming Persia, but they're quite usable early game, to say the least. Right. In other news, how is Ming doing? Well, they're somehow getting mandate, which is rather impressive. Especially, they don't have the Forbidden City, but... Ooh, Forbidden City does require you to be Confucian. Okay. All monuments do have those requirements now. I was actually looking at that, but there we go. Well, I guess it wasn't. The half-hour protection ran out, so you can support blocks, but I don't know if Denmark actually wants to commit to fighting this. Or is Muscovy actually having manpower? I want to say an economy, but could be better. Better than Denmark's, although that's really not saying much. England finally going through and flipping Orthodox. Well, a substantial amount, actually. I think they can accept. No, not yet. Wow. Considering press. I think they will need London flipped for it, but there they go. Also, that is a substantial amount of AE. As in, Burgundy should probably join that coalition. But they've allied England. See, this is an interesting alliance to have between the two of them, but There they go. Right. Castile really needs to pick up a player ally of some description. But I think, well, they probably could get away with something like Hungary here, I don't... Hungary can't exactly pick up mid-war allies. Right. There they go. Oh, Bushy Boy in... Brave. But... Oh no. They bankruptcy. They did. Oh, that's why they died, because they assumed they were Dishonor, but... Okay, Brando actually was having fun, but yeah, okay. I'm assuming truces will be fine, so yeah, decent battle bankruptcy. Did they... Well, I'm assuming they manpower devved instead, but yeah, now starting to actually be substantially behind in quantity ideas, which is an issue. Definitely is an issue, yeah, with France being 3 and really getting a lot of manpower going through them. Which is never a good sign. Now, I will immediately say that I don't think Tunis will have this war, especially since, yeah, Venice is in it as well. But they can try. Although they will probably have to start dealing with just Aragon here. I'm assuming Castile won't bother fighting this. Not that they can, but even AI... Yeah, AI Aragon with Venice and their little subject swarms and Navarra still poses a significant threat, even if they're not going for the battle here. Which I'm surprised they're not doing. I also think... Oh, that was the wrong button to press. Did Castile yeet their navy? Yes, they did. Spanish Armada? No, on my watch. Seems to be gone now. But there we go. And also do actually quick check before I go into war. Congo slowly but surely eating, and Songhai, yeah, the homies where the heart is. For that achievement name. God, that's a hard achievement. But also slowly but surely working through that. I never realised these were uncolonized at game start. Were these always uncolonized at game start? Does some weird event colonize them? I never thought these were uncolonized at game start. Okay, Varandelli. Yeah, the odd lag behind isn't great for them, but there we go. Oh, my apologies. There they go. Anyway, back to the player war. Although at this point it seems to be more of an Ottoman retreat from both of the fronts. Don't think they're going to have much of a chance there. But in they go. Right. Generous privileges, but also still making a generous amount of money with a decent chunk of their country occupied. Which is always interesting to see. Wow, a lot of trade being made out of Constantinople. And again, so there's a lot being tricked out of yeah, early game trade really isn't the best unless you're in end node. Or in a good node like Castile Sevilla. But there they go. And to fight a Byzantine separatist with these numbers. How overforced it is. I think this is a bit overkill for what's left of the Ottomans. They may be treating this a bit too much as a death war, but they probably will be able to get away with it. 3 into quantity, they're doing fine on that. And they did pick up Miltex 7, which is kind of fancy, but they kind of need to as well with Ottomans having it. Ottomans actually been very caught up on tech and starting, I believe, on economic ideas now. Yes, they have. Maybe or maybe not first into economic. Now, are they actually going to pick up an economic idea? I think they will be soon. But there they go. In terms of ideas as well, how is the tech map guide looking? Just the Ottomans, I think. Manchu not even have not having 3. Though I think, yeah, okay. No chance there. I do actually have if I have a moment to compare. I do love the relatively insane amount of devs that the tribes end up getting up to. I think I saw one, maybe last patch, I don't know if that's intentional. I saw them on like 81 dev. But there they go, right. or sooner rather than later London will fall. London Bridge is falling down, but to Orthodox zealots, which is rather interesting, but yeah. But hey, they are winning the war against Tunis. Now Tunis also... Now this is AI, so they very dumbly stacked this battle. Engagement with them. But... I think they will win this. I think the Tunisians will win this, but Aragon will be hurt in the process rather substantially. Yeah, okay, they will win that naval battle, so they'll continue getting the ticking, but probably want to address this sooner rather than later. Yeah, they should have this. I do believe they would have... Oh, they don't have the naval doctrine for Oarsmen, but yeah. Did they go with force them for this? Kind of, but not really. I mean, their economy isn't great, so just maintaining the things you kind of need to maintain for existence is a bit hard for them. But, yeah. Well, there they go, and probably will be able to clean up shop against the Aragonese, so. Which is not the best for them. Getting debated by the playable thing. In all fairness, also how forgetting, it does seem that Polotski has decided to fight this Denmark. Don't know how much they're helping out, maybe just with subjects. Ooh, that's something I've missed. That's something I've missed. Well, they can accept that, so go Orthodox Zealots. Does that mean they disqualify from English monarchy, actually? I don't think it does, but we'll find out. Assuming they're not breaking because they want to, yeah, there's no reason for them to break, so they may as well get the Orthodox people to convert some more provinces for them. And rest in peace, Mr. 1 came out. Yep, rest in peace him. Okay. Now, will Denmark actually go to fight this? That's the real question. And the answer is, that's a re-astounding, we're fighting Muscovy instead. Very much so, yeah, Jesus. Okay, well, looks like they are going to be fighting Muscovy. Which probably is why England is going against them, but there they go. England actually have a navy to boot. Right. Mostly light ships. Where is the heavy fleet? If they have one. I mean, current method is very, get galleys. There it is. Okay, import, waiting around. Could probably beat this up, but probably don't see a reason to in the first place. Right. But there they go. Ooh, going to Peasants' War is not the best, but I don't think they have a chance. Don't think they have a choice about it. Yeah. Bankruptcy and oh god, yeah, 1477 starts a Peasants' War and not the best look for you, not the best look, I'll admit to that. But yeah, fighting the peasants with bankruptcy is gonna hurt. Though ironically enough they're almost back up to, yeah, but the peasants at 3.3 miles is gonna be a whole morale point behind. On that point, yeah, Ottomans looks like it's gonna be a second GC in a row where the Ottomans are not gonna have a good game. I think people got too scared from GC season 1 where the Ottomans really much ran away with the game to fight them, so there we go. Right. That's an impressive list of playables to say the least, but yeah. As for Muscovy here, well it seems Denmark is very much committing for this independence. My main question is it is a substantial amount of people in that independence also. Kind of the issue in Muscovy for the first time in their life is actually outnumbered. But yeah. And the best luck for them. Right. My main question though is, does this alliance have a fleet to their name? And something is telling me that the answer is it's 6 galleys. It's not even 6 galleys. It's 2 galleys and a light ship. There's a fighting capability. Meanwhile, the Ottomans actually have something resembling a navy. And it is galleys, which in current meta is everything. Yep. With a heavy as well, flagship. Yeah, that plus 3 invasion width is actually up so huge, it's literally plus 6 more galleys in the front line. And I'm not, that is not a mean, but the galleys are genuinely the current naval meta, if I have to say so myself. By making them 0.5 engagement widths instead of 1, they really dominate. Even not in inland seas. Yes, they have a lot less health and staying power, but because you can stick so much more galleys in the front line, let's just compare. So, Carrack, engagement widths of 3. And for that 3 engagement widths, you're getting 40 cannons, right? With a galley, you have engagement widths of 0.5. So for every Carrack, you have 6 galleys in the combat at the same time, as far as engagement width is concerned. For point of absurdity, as it were, that means that you are now actually having 72 cannons to every 40 cannons of the Carrack. So you literally, excluding the galley buffs for inland seas, even in internal seas, you have almost double the firepower from the galley. Given as well that it's a bit hard to get 15%, you know, heavy ship combat ability. I mean, England get 15% heavy ship combat ability, and they consider a great tag for it. It's pretty trivial to spend some money and get some free horsemen for another 15% on the firepower. So yeah, especially if you do end up going naval ideas, which unless you're actually doing naval MP, you really shouldn't. 25% galley combat ability compared to 20 heavy ship. Even the extra 5% there to really rub it in. But there they go. Right, well, it does look like the Ottomans are slowly but surely trying to rebuild themselves up for another fight. In those news as well, I think England will be able to run away with all this. Yeah, there's Norway taken. Oh, really? They can call in France. Yeah, I doubt France is going to help in that one. Yeah, there's the Castilian Peasants' War. Which, in all fairness, oh god, yeah, took them well down a stab. Yeah, that's gonna hurt them for a while. Especially with these stab costs, Jesus. Religious Unity Peasants' War. Yeah. Quite a few things not helping that stab cost. But they do get away with a battle here at least. And oh no, that is going to rise up. Yeah, Peasants War negative splitting is about to get 34,000 Castilian noble rebels. Ah, Navarre's getting pretenders. Well, that's awkward. That topic actually, how is Tudors doing against the Aragonese? Well enough, I guess. Interesting to see still not piecing out. But there you go. Right. Ottomans now with cannons, 10 of them to be exact, which is not trivial given that we are basically well over engagement width at this point, combat widths. That's, yeah. There they go, and they blast down the walls, so very much asking for a fight here. Now, is Hungary going to give it to them? It looks like they are. Yep. There they go. However, now with cannons they can actually do something, although cannons early game are mostly cosmetic, they at least still help for the purpose of existing. But, yeah, no, well. On damage is definitely now in the Ottoman advantage, but oh, they might win that before the reinforcements arrive. No, they do not. But will that be enough? Let's the reinforcements can get here in time. And it looks like a resounding no, meaning these people are going to be in piecemeal. And, the siege, they did not win that siege. Let's break there. There they go. Yeah, the Ottoman cannons are actually making a difference here, yes. But basically, yeah, even though cannons are really pathetic, they are still better than nothing. And let's be real, the troops in the back row don't fight. So in essence, they basically got a second of a back row of troops in the battle, which is rather substantial to have. Even if those troops are really bad at this point, like, wow, 2 pips to their name. Well, 3. Give or take. Yeah, literally 3 pips with that. Compare that to, say, infantry with, 5, 6.5, or cavalry with, 7. Just over 7 pips. Yeah, no question about it. But what actually does happen is artillery also transfers half of its pips in its back row to the unit in front of it, which definitely helps the battle there. I think that was enough for them to get the advantage. But hey, Crimean tribes also opened that unsiege. And, well, Hungary can peace out for 3% war score, but I don't think they'd want to here. I don't think I'd want to hit, but we shall see. Still blockading Florence down to a rather substantial amount of war exhaustion, actually. Wow, yeah. Not the best luck, especially with Lucan Lucan separatists going up. Did he accept? I think he did accept demands of theirs, but yeah. Looking at a dirty land ownership, it looks like it, Jesus. Guy's still really having a hard, going to have a hard time recovering from this now. With the peasants' war. Especially with the Portuguese separatists, they are on Tech 7 as well, which doesn't help being a tech behind. But yeah, exploration Portugal win, no surprise at all there. Yeah, not looking good for Castile. He did win the last GC, but it's not looking great for him now, is it? And yeah, Aren't getting now pushed back. The Ottomans finally waking up. Now the other thing is with that is, are the Mamluks going to take that opportunity to go, hey, actually Ottomans, now that I'm here, give the Caramans their last score back, There we go. Right. Do love lag behinds. Anyway, I did promise to look at Asia at some point, so let's see what they've been up to. But before we do that, Songhai's still doing fine, Koga's still doing fine, and Kyowa's still looking fine. Delhi slowly but surely eating their way across, well, northern India. Vijayanagar also starting to look into Orissa. Fair enough, Mawar, very, as I mentioned before, leaving the Indian subcontinent, but now also taking some bites up north here. Interesting to see what borders they do arrive at the end. Has Vijayanagar done much to show for themselves? Not really. Wow, just 100% prosperity. That's pretty powerful, isn't it? Actually, Jesus. Oh, there we go. Is that? Yeah, Central Thailand, yep. Makes sense. And they do actually start with a pretty, the Grand Palace of Bangkok for that governing capacity. Not the best. Governing capacity usually does tend to get ignored in MP, but if you don't ignore it, it does give you some nice buffs for not ignoring it, as it were. But no real expansion. Malacca, on the other hand, have at least made some nice little steps into, well, the Malacca trade node. Are they allied? No. Okay. Well, that's interesting to see. Malacca does seem to be a bit behind on ideas, but nothing too major. In other news, how's Oirat doing? Well, they're cutting off, they're putting their borders firmly into India. Not sure what they're kind of with that, but they are saying that if you want to go through Kashmir, then, well, the Kashmir way of invading India through the Northern Mountain Pass here, then you have to go through them. I'm not sure if that's a defense for Delhi or and that's a defense for Delhi or a defense against Delhi's expansion, but it is what it is, and it does exist now. I'm surprised this hasn't gone against China again. China's mandate is basically non-existent now, but it may be because they're still truce actually. They are, and that's probably exactly why they haven't gone into it. And Usegu now taking that opportunity to continue their expansion, albeit having to deal with quite a few rebels in the process. But yeah, definitely destroyed enough for the not to be concerned by Chicago giving them annoying things now. Although they will be, I guess, dealt sooner rather than later. Oh, they took a stab hit. Interesting. Are they planning on deving the institution? Because they have a lot of mana points here. They're saving up, but oh well. Then we're interesting to see Manchu as well. Have they finally figured out technology? No, they have not. Not even Miltech 6, which is rather an issue for them, but there they go. Right. But that's that. Anyway, how is that Muscovy war looking for them? Pretty well. And, okay, they have peaced out with England for getting cut out of that. I do want to see, is England going to go for a new one or not? Haven't taken an idea yet, but we also see Baron Betty lagging behind. I'm being dragged to room 5. Hello, yes, and I've been pinged.
Hello, Lemon.
Hello.
So, there's a rule that you can't declare an AI to get around truces, right?
Yes.
Thing is, I really want to expand into Aragon, and he's allied to Castile. What do I do there?
That kind of does get around the truth, like, you know.
Yeah, but
normally, Castile is bankrupted. Basically, he can just ally any other neighbors of France.
Yeah.
And he will block off France. Like, I believe when you attack an AI, you should not be able to take player land in the AI war. But that's about it.
I feel like that's starting to get a bit complicated, but otherwise, it's still only a circumvention of the whole truce thing for now, I'm afraid. But I see your point.
Yeah, but why couldn't you just ally Brittany then? Like, I don't get it.
Well, you can ally them, technically. But the point is, it doesn't work as a long-term strategy because obviously your truce runs out.
Yeah, but he doesn't even have to agree to the Aragon war at all. He can just decline.
Well, yeah, but that's like saying, I'm going to truce break you by, you know...
No, I could tell him to break the
You can decline. That's... I am
Just
afraid, because of undercurrent rules, I don't want to change rule mid-session as well.
Yeah, but this
because
rule
it kind of does. It does get, well, the rule exists, I'm afraid, so I can kind of see the argument for getting rid of it, and yes, I do. I see the point that needs to be refined in that regard, but I think I will stick with it for now. I mean, your truce is going to be over soon anyway, so it's not like it's a permanent issue.
Yeah, but my truce of Aragon soon, not Castile.
My point again being that you get around the Castile truce by just downing that, which you shouldn't be able to do. Don't get rid of your truces that way.
He's not going to have a truce if he doesn't agree.
Well, then you're starting to do the option of forcing disorders. It's the current rule is what I'm trying to say. I don't want to change current rule in the middle of the session.
So, Lemon is the coordinator. If he says the rule is like this, the rule is like that.
It is. I see your point of the rule. Yes, it kind of does allow you that if you have a truce with someone for 15 years, you can just ally all of their expansion options. I can see the issue with that, and I do agree that is an issue, and I will probably actually... I'll make a note of it, and I will definitely get it not to be a thing by next session. But it is also currently a rule, so I don't want to change a rule mid-session.
I have a solution for you. Brittany is allied to Aragon.
Yeah, Brittany's allied to Aragon. Can I attack?
You can. Yeah, you can attack Brittany because that's not breaking the Castile truce. It's the resetting.
If he was allied to Brittany,
then yes, I see. That's my point. I agree that it's dumb that he can, stop you expanding that way, right? But yeah, which is why I will probably adjust something in the rules regarding that. But currently, it does kind of, circumvent the truce under current rule. So thanks for asking. But yeah.
Okay, let's
But, yeah,
not.
no, sorry about that. You can go into Brittany with Aragon Arco-Belgian, but yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
It is current rule, as current rule stands. I will probably be changing that sooner rather than later, though. Right, there we go. Hello, I'm sorry I was tapped out. Well, called what, Matei? And Baron Belly being... Oh, for God's sake. People being paused. Why paused? Because Baron Belly paused and I was tapped out. I'll probably go join Moses' chat. Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Hi.
Why was I being pinged?
Yeah, my question was, can Fiji sell me those provinces, or is that against the rules?
Oh, yeah, no, you can sell provinces now. If it's like very blatant AE abuse, then obviously no, but if it's just selling a couple provinces, that's fine.
Just later on.
Like, if... Okay, I keep explaining this. Basically, what used to happen is there'd be like a person playing in like Netherlands, exodusing to the New World, right?
Yeah. I know what didn't
do. So it's that... A couple provinces is fine.
Okay, so if let's
I think
just...
soft cap at like 50 dev. Well, over that,
okay, it's less than 50, so it's fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine. That's obviously still a arbitrary cap, so don't take
Hey, Lemon.
the gospel, but yeah. Arbitrary cap, yes. I know.
Can we go 3-speed?
Like two major player wars. Sorry.
Who's at war?
Europeans.
Oh.
Yeah, they do tend to do that. Right, unless they managed to peace out while I was gone. No, dear God, they have not. And also Castile's kind of in a... Oh yeah, Tunis one, but that's... I don't think that one really counts. But yeah, the Ottoman most likely does. And okay, they are going to be beelining... Interesting, they are going to be beelining Poland here, which is probably for the best for them. Get Poland out of this. Now, Yedi... That is that province, so that is a relatively easy 25 war score to pick up against Poland as well, just to occupy that. Where are the Hungarians? Oh, they are moving up north to, yeah, take the fight in Poland. Makes sense, I guess. But Ottomans are looking ready for them, even if they can't see them. Right. And Florence was taking that opportunity to expand cheekily while they did that in the background. Although Pope has now allied Florence and gone in against Venice and that thing. So I'm assuming Florence, while kind of committing to this, isn't actually. I think, yeah, okay. Just a 7k mercenary stack and probably some vague promise of land, but we shall see. Right, but that's all fun and games. Ottomans did get that siege, which is going to substantially slow them down if they do intend to progress on from that, but we shall see. Somehow I doubt it. Right, all fun and games thrown involved. They can't get the Hungary can't enforce the white peace here yet now as well with the war score changes and most of these weird occupations, but yeah. Kosovo being that is well, it is Kosovo just renamed into Hungarian. Dead a surprising amount of tax. Consider me very surprised. And yeah, to clarify from earlier, let me get explained to me, thank you, of why he gave this province to Byzantium, so that you can pop a mission in the Ottomans to reform the Imperial Army, and then you get a claim on them, on this province, to Byzantium, which means you can immediately down Byzantium day one, which is, yeah, another quite a nice fancy thing to do, be able to do. There they go. Right. How did they deal with that one? Oh, they did actually deal with that one, I see. How long are they bankrupt for? Until 1480. Oh, almost done with bankruptcy in fairness. But yeah. Just disclaimers in there. God. Okay, Tunis, however, not looking too well here. God, not looking too well at all. Well, they have some decent country modifiers, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win it. Well, they might do. Do they have a tech for it, though? Oh no, they're tech 4 against tech 6. And why we paused? Because Baron Baddies are not behind. Right, Baron Baddie, you do tend to mostly keep up, but yeah, like this is going to be your last time we do a major pause. I'm sorry.
No worries. I can recognize when I'm slowing down a session.
Behind again, so we're going to do him for it. But, yeah.
I can recognize when I'm slowing down again.
Yep. Well, enjoy the. I also am going to guess that jumping forward a month isn't fun as well.
Yeah, well, Bushy, do you have
Anyway,
do you have money, or are you?
There we go. Fine enough, I think Bushy does have money now, right now, given that he is just out of bankruptcy. But yeah. Oh, they might be able to win that, but God, the mill tactics difference and 2 tanks behind. That's brutal. That's probably why they're not going to be able to get a Fide over this. Tunis is really lagging behind on the techs. Really lagging behind on the techs. Which is not a good sign at all. Yeah. Aragon might expand here, is the long and short of it. Also, it would be rather funny if Navarro does break free. More than 13 months. Does Castile have permaclaim on that? They do. Question is, does France? Asturias does, so they can kind of day 1 down it. Well, we'll see how that goes for them. Okay, just a bit more admin and they're out of it. Which will be nice because it also does at least, I think going out of it gives you a stab, but there we go. Oh, and yeah, rest in peace Portugal here. Rest in peace Portugal here. Okay, Burgundy also picking up a, oh okay, picking up an RS Castile. Again, I was going to say this, France are setting themselves up for not a fun time. Because Morocco is only allied with the thing, so if they do go on Morocco and coordinate Burgundy will promise French land and different rules. New rule system, no limit on that. But hey, let's get back to the wars. We used to have a rather complicated that. It's don't exceed player depot slots. Yep. Okay, did Baron Badia lag behind again? No, it's fine. But there we go. Right. And I don't know if you want to be taking that fight, Ottomans. It looks like they are. Looks like they are. Into forests. It's going to be pretty at all. A whole morale point ahead for the Hungarians. Yeah, now that they're properly reinforced, that's going to start hurting them. Ottoman's still doing fine on manpower. They're covering a decent chunk each month. Yeah, I've actually started going down economic ideas. But yeah, generously leading against Poland now. 1k just going around here on sieging. Rest in peace, little Crimean tribes. I think they will actually win that, and oh yay, 20 prestige. But it will be a free on occupation of that capital. Well, it kind of is as far as war score is concerned anyway. But there we go, slowly but surely. Right. Anyway, let's check back up. Mami now, yeah, eating the rest, getting their nice little name all over the show. Congo also. Which I don't think they ate much more, but there they go. Oh god, yeah, really need to work through the text. And on that topic, how is Songhai doing on text? Badly, okay. This may be an issue because Songhai might take this expansion by Tunis to expand back up there. At this rate, but yeah. Would be an interesting development to see. Ironically enough, Songhai form is a perfect ally for Castile in this situation. Because Castile probably can afford to say, hey, I'd protect you in Timbuktu. If I only ever get colonized, I'll take the Ivory Coast and nothing else. As an attractive offer, and they can work together to, you know, feed to Timbuktu the inland Safi node. At least, well, another node is another node. But, yeah. Looks like Russia's gonna have to call this one, yeah. Numbers consistently against it. Well, they still have Moscow and the fort next to it. Mosaics, I think. Mosaics? I don't know. If you give that to me in Cyrillic, I'll read it better. I don't know my Russian geography. Nizhny Novgorod, or like anything else that I know how you're meant to read, like Belozero, I can do, but like, if you just tell me, hey, honestly, this looks Persian to me, I wouldn't have guessed this was a Cyrillic name. But there we go, right. Oh yeah, Florence is that in that OG player war. No more player wars. I want to see the Indians start something. Usually those are quite fun because they will have a lot of numbers to throw at each other, but I say a lot of numbers, I click on a person, they have no manpower, but you know, it's something. And sooner rather than later as well, Ming will be out of that truce, and there goes Oirat. In a 0 mandate Ming. Yeah, that's 5 damage received and shock damage received up the wazoo for them. Not the best position to be in. But there they go. I think that bankruptcy is just approaching literally over, yeah, in a month. So that'd be nice. Right, ooh, go Granada Separatists. And this was a full state core, yes, they actually keep these for a substantial amount of time. And okay, that wasn't a major lag spike they had earlier, so I'll let the poor man catch up. There we go. Yeah. Hello.
Can I force peace Poland out?
For
we're both war leaders, and it's been. How does the force peace mechanic work?
You can enforce 8. You can enforce 8 times 2. So take your war score minus 40, you get 8. Then take that 8 times 2, you get 16. So you can.
Can I do that right now?
16. Yeah. If you pause and say enforce peace. So yeah, pause and yeah, saying like a main chat, enforcing on Poland. 16 war score. Yeah. For 16.
8 or 16?
16.
8.
Yeah. So
what?
Well, you can enforce up to 16 because then at night you can enforce 100%. So it's
16
your
war score
minus 40 times 2. Does that make sense? That's how much you can get in this piece.
I'll calculate. If you say 16, I'm just gonna send that.
Yeah, 16. You can take up to 16. If you ask for more than 16, he can reject it. But below that, he will have to accept. Now, obviously, it may be special and reject it. In which case, yeah, that's him being done. But yeah, he has to accept that. You. Right. Did they oh, I didn't actually check. Messed up.
Dude, why are we continuing to pause?
Because Ottomans are trying to wipe East Poland out, but obviously Austria doesn't realise they've been...
Isaac.
Well, because otherwise, these white pieces specifically
If
to
Iran-
avoid going to a battle
yes,
right now.
If Iran lags again, then boot them.
Oh yeah, I will. That's why I said it last time for his lag thing, but yeah. Right, I'm gonna have to talk to Resident Furry. Yeah, to Poland if you're on this. Is Poland here? Yeah. Hi, you have to accept for 16. You do have to accept for 16, just heads up.
What a trash rule.
Well, it allows people to peace out, you know.
I mean, 2 more war score and he could stab it. That is same thing.
Yeah, but it actually allows people to peace out, you know.
Yeah,
It's
true.
16,
Honestly,
Jesus
we had
Christ. We'll accept the peace
when we
deals.
didn't have that rule. People would just like Great Britain, especially, would just troll.
This is
the
a
fuck
really
out of
bad
whoever.
time though, because now he can fight me without Poland troops in this fucking province.
I think that's exactly why it's peacing out, literally right
Yeah.
now. But yeah. Right, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna say, like, do go accept the peace deal, because otherwise I can't keep the game paused for longer. I don't want to keep the game paused for longer. Right. Just accept the peace deal, Jesus Christ. Okay. You accept the peace deal now, and if you don't, I'm going to put a timer on. And for every single minute on the timer that goes by that you don't accept the peace deal, I'm going to then save game.
He's saying he doesn't have the. He doesn't have the peace deal, Papa.
Oh, for the love of God! How does he not?
Maybe he shut down it before you came here and explained that he's trying to force peace out.
Oh, for God's sake! Well, he did literally pause, like, you know, you got the hint.
I don't know.
Right. Okay, in that case, because he rejected that, so Otto's get a, you know, should have peace out there. You get an extra 2 war score worth of stuff. Right, he rejected the peace office, so you're gonna have to take that weird flight, I'm afraid, but you get an extra 2 war score. Yeah.
What am I doing?
He rejected it, so you can send it again as soon as you can. Oh, for the love of God.
Yeah, it's gonna be a month.
Yeah, again. So
I'll pause it right when I can.
Just send it and he'll accept it. Don't pause it again. I really don't want to keep it paused too long. You see, when you enforce peace, normally it's I enforce peace, I send the peace deal, and you don't spend half an hour staring at each other, you know. And I don't want to spend half an hour staring at each other. But there we go. Right. Oh, молодец. Спасибо. Молодец, Михайлик. Конечка. Oh, I was not muted there. Добре, кажи. Кажи, мене сквозняки все зразу, я себе не это. Right. I muted myself on Discord. Well, that's progressive, but there we go. Right, ignore that. My baby brother came in. Don't have the heart to tell him that. Right, are they actually going to? On the 31st. Oh my God. Right, stop, pause.
Why the
this
fuck is
shot?
the boy in here?
They've been annoying. Right, sorry. Where is Poland? Oh, completely wrong chat. Jesus Christ. Right. Just stop pausing. He'll send the peace deal, accept the peace deal. Is he? No, he wasn't. Was he?
What?
God, I hate having that. Right, just he'll send the peace deal, just take it. Just take it. Well, yes, he can't send it until the 31st of May. Because Poland rejected the last peace deal. There you go. They have the pop-up now for money. Right, that's it. Yeah, just you can take the Poland peace, so that seems about right for the war score.
16 war score. It's half of it. He did 8. I'm looking at my peace treaty compared to his. He did half.
Send him the proper one. And this time, yeah, just actually... We're not going to pause him.
So.
I keep on into the wrong chat. It's 16 or 18 war score now, not 8 that he can force PC out for, but yeah. You should send your peace deal now. Jesus Christ. We'll get there eventually, right? Let me confirm if that is. There we go. Right. Got there in the end. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Well. Pausing was fun. Got there in the end. Bloody hell. Got there in the end. I promise it's usually less painful.
Thank.
But yeah, God. Well, now Hungary's in a bit of an awkward predicament, given the lack of troops they have. Still have a reasonable amount of manpower, but they are literally so are the Ottomans, as before. Ottomans also generously going over force and very much in debt now. But yeah, well, I say that Hungary has a lot less debt on their name and a lot more into quantity ideas. But also missing. Oh. Yeah, one piece. One piece. Yep. War 2 war score, I guess. Two war score of money.
How many war score I get?
2. 1 times 2. You get 2 war score.
2?
2. Literally, you have 41 war score, right?
Yeah, they had same.
Yep, 41. So minus 40 times 2. You have 2 war score.
What? And he got 16 war score from Poland.
Yeah, because he got 48. 8 times 2. Everything over 40 counts for double. 40 is the bare minimum. Remember the...
Okay, then I'm not gonna peace out. Fuck this shit.
Okay. Literally, if you push for like any war score you get right now, pushes for a lot.
This fucking rule is shit.
It used to be 50, but then you could literally never PC pull out, I remember.
I mean, you can fucking
we do
stab
need a
him.
force piece. We do need a relative force piece.
There is force piece. Stab hit 3 times. When he's minus 3, stab hit force piece out.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Well, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. People have been shouting to me all day about bad rules, so you agree to all of them. Why? You literally tried to ask you to read them. You all agree.
I
to
never
them.
agree to your rules.
I asked you to read them and agreed to them. Not even my rules. I nicked them off spam.
Okay, he's engaging.
Anyway, I am taking an opportunity to run away, but yeah, God, people complain about rules. I mean, I can kind of see it does get annoying, but yeah. Has he got max sticking? He does. Right, there they go. Hungary getting a cannon of their own. But yeah, the morale difference really carrying them here. Without a question. Against the Ottoman quality there, in terms of... Yeah, now that 10% has been an advantage and actually having so much of a back row. Both rolling zeros, that's impressive, but Hungary getting 2 zeros back to back is not fun. But yeah. Well, you now get 8. You can take a vid. You can't take a vid in. You can take cost and delta, but there you go. You're moving up in the world. You now got 8 war score worth.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Fucking nice.
Progress. Right. But there we go. Sorry for the shift out, by the way. I know it causes my stream to sometimes get a hissy fit out of it, but there they go. Also, wow, Lollard Heretics. Are they the English ones? The only English have Lollard Heretics, which is a bit ironic because now there's full of Orthodox, but you know. There they go. Hungarian defender of the Orthodox faith. You always love to see it. Now they can, form Britain diplomatically, and they can kind of stay on their islands. I'm interested to see. Okay, it's going to be a colonial Britain. Makes sense, I guess, to some extent, although that does really severely limit their capabilities. Now, the thing with the fall of Lisbon is it does give them a lot of if they raid Iberian coasts, they will get this mission for your legitimacy, and then with Conquest of Timbuktu, they can establish the Black Guard for that 2.5% discount at the end of the game. But, yeah, obviously, it's easier said than done. Right. But yeah, Ottomans definitely regretting dowing Hungary for that war there. But hey ho. Progress nonetheless. In other news, how are the Oirats doing against the Ming? And well, China at least brings numbers, so they don't bring much more to the table. I've got to know my frontier, however, is going to happen and it's going to hurt. The other news is Manchu finally looking at the technology. Well, they're looking at it, they're just not getting any. So there they go as well. Now, did Japan end up deving institution? They did, they did. Where did they dev it? Capital? No, down in Musashi. Makes sense. Is that a trade center? It is. And this will be nice eventually, because free water access. General cost as well, pretty good. Basically, this is actually a pretty decent one. Local prestige from battles. It's a bit useless, but it still exists. So yeah, would be a nice monument to venture on here. Japan actually has some decent ones. Mount Fuji being a surprising one. Global modifiers are a bit useless, but hey, a bit more tax and some local devastation reduction. I love how the mountain makes it cheaper to dev it. I like how it's a mountain in a hills province. But there they go. Right. Ooh, okay, still at -1 stab, and looking at maybe the second rebel uprising. Armies have seen better days. Yep, very much basically got none to the name. Also, yeah, very much looking at Notex 7 there, even though, god, they need the manpower badly. Because, yeah, France is getting a lot more manpower out of them now. I guess you'll ever could. Especially with also France, is that as soon as they get 2 ideas in, Elan is going to hurt. Meanwhile, all the Castilians have to show it. Well, Spanish Inquisition is great, but not for fighting. Well, Venice is also here, and okay. Yep, sorry, Varabelli. I was 2 months behind. Oh. There they go, galleys. And a large number of them being popped up. At least they don't have manpower, but they have sailors, so that's always good to see. How are the French doing economically now? Because Castile only making 22 ducats compared to, I think France now looking a lot better at, yeah, 28. Ironically enough, that's with a lot of horrible tax debuffs, with tax being their main yeah, focus there. Very influential nobility, I have to be careful with that one. Don't actually want to aristocratic coup, that would be awkward. They were actually getting progress towards as well. Right. Brandenburg in a player war. Against Poland. Oh, I see. Yeah, they're taking this as their opportunity to go for Prussia, which is fair, but unfortunately for them, I don't. Well, Brandenburg could probably have this actually. Oh yeah, especially with Burgundy in it as well. Yeah. Okay. That's Burgundy looking almost full quantity with economic opened. And Burgundy, I believe, is, yeah, not too far behind string quantity, at least the important ones. And there they go in. Poland, meanwhile, yeah, here's string quantity too. You can already tell it's the quantity meta when there's no point doing anything but quantity economic. It's just so strong comparison. I mean, obviously, the one exception being if you're going colonizing, but really, that leaves you so much weaker. And yeah. Oh, did they retreat there? Oh, that's awkward. Could have stacked like that if they fought to this stack first, then yeah. Retreat off into that, but there they go. May have to give Prussia, well, Prussia, I guess. Brandenburg will have their... they built up substantially in this area as well, so... Credit where credit is due. Oh, if Brunswick has a vassal, actually, they really have built up rather substantially here. Marbach doing... yeah, quite well. I did not... and Saxony as well. Wow, that's... They could just take the emperorship if they want to now. Because Saxony votes and Cologne votes for them. Can vote for them, but they vote in Austria. But yeah, HRE definitely getting a bit disassembled now. To say the least. Be a bit careful, Austria does have a button to go and try and kill Hungary. And hey, Hungary and Ottomans still going at it. Bulwark of Christendom. As it stands, and wow, there they go in. Yep, looks like Ottomans are going to have this one. Ouch, okay, we'll score switch in the other direction now. That's definitely not for the best. Florence probably should start getting involved in this, but yeah. Hungary already pulling a lot of stops in terms of going over 4 summit. And the Ottomans have definitely went into a lot more debt over it. Yeah, 4 grand. It's quite substantial, no question about it. Early game main wars are just something you really want to avoid. The France seemingly did get away with it, albeit with it. And they are working through that debt. They are working through that debt. Slowly but surely. Morocco definitely getting a large share of this though. Really good economy compared to, yeah, even beating France, but the main thing is they didn't really fight in that Castile War. They got their little landing across, and now they also have a lot of Portugal to show for it, so... But yeah, there they go. Oh. Any more player wars in that regard? No, just the Burgundy one restarting. Apologies to all the people that like the Asia theatres and the other non-European events, but yeah, the player was really seeing why it's Europa Universalis, not Asia Universalis. My question is as well is Bohemia in this or something? No, that's Milan's occupation, so... Why the hell is Milan occupying? Oh, PU under Austria? Yeah, I see it. Now the thing with that you have to be careful, Mr. Austria, of course, is that Prussia, once forming, may have an eye on Silesia. But oh well. Yeah, Poland definitely prefer to deal with their rebels before they deal with that, although I don't think they have enough between them to deal with it. No manpower reserves, no armed professionals to speak of, over 4 summit and a substantial amount of debt. Question mark? Well, mostly burger debts again, but But nonetheless, yeah. Hey, Trinigo pop count? No, that was always a Muscovy thing. Did they keep all of their... No, they did. Oh, and yeah, Novgorod now is a subject of Denmark. Decent chunk of reconquest. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's... they may have to deal with eventually. Suppose this isn't firing. But my main thing as to why I don't think it has is that I've noticed current patch is that a lot of AIs really underbuild the troops they should have for their size. So let's look at Brunei, right? And normally a country of this size you expect. It's a terrible example because they're actually around 11k. But I was basically playing around and I was seeing like, for example, Lanzang should be on around what, 15? Oh, they are. God damn it. Not putting in my points. But I was playing around earlier and I would be seeing like mages like Delhi AIs with like 30k men. In a Byzantine campaign. And I've seen that like, I don't think it applies to mages as much, to miners as much, because you know, them only build up to like 3k is what you'd expect anyway. But I really have noticed with like a lot of AI mages, which aren't a lot of them left, as it were, because of reseedings and the usual, that they just don't have the troops as before. Troop counts as before. Okay, kill was still being, but that was just played by a player, which is probably it. But yeah. AI really underbuilding troops. Also, ouch. Hungary now definitely starting to be beaten back, although at a great cost to the Ottomans. Do they take Albania here? We'll see. They can take a very decent chunk. With quite the hefty coalition, but they can take quite a decent chunk of it. And the Albanians just flip towards it. But there they go, right. Not even the Hungarian Golden Age could save them from it. Bulwark of Christendom, well, they tried. Should have taken that 8 of War score of peace from earlier. But there they go, right. I think also Castile is now out of bankruptcy. Oh yeah, very much definitely. Oh, 2 years out of bankruptcy, so no question about it. They are up there on Miltech. Still surprised by the lack of Iberian wedding. They've been quite unlucky with it. And now both of their heirs are of age, so yeah, no Iberian wedding there. Really being cucked by lack of Iberian wedding, especially since I think after 1500 doesn't fire. 1550 I believe, or maybe 1500 dead. Don't quote me on that. I haven't looked at the Iberian wedding for ages, but yeah, they're getting very unlucky with the whole lack of Iberian wedding. And god, that is some estates that I'm not very happy with. And still in Peasants' War, and oh, they have rebels. God, where? Oh. Yeah, those exist. They have a transport. I think they are just... excuse that, but yeah, once that transport's going to come over. I'm just on siege that. Can't tend to 3k, but... yeah. Right. Well, at least Lithuania's been somewhat left alone. I guess Moscow would have to do an early PvP player war. They weren't planning for, especially being quite a bit behind now, but hey, they're getting through in quantity. Pskov they can fix the authority by just not nicking their trade. Quasim, maybe less so. Jesus Christ, over depredations and much. But yeah, that's the player, that's the Rasmussen worthy of Mordor, and there they go, now to feed Chernigov. I like how, as I was saying about them, yeah. Chernigov probably getting a bit fed here, but there they go. Is Kazan this? Oh yeah, okay, no expansion. Okay. And no, they're going to split, yeah. I should get lost then. Oh, Hungary winning this one. Hungary's still last standing, albeit quite a lot over force limit. Now they're starting to take the burn, but they're not going to surrender the Ottomans here. It seems. Well, it is what it is. Right. How are the Asians doing? Since that's we've been ignoring them for quite a while now. Well, both have definitely reasonable economies with that, and reasonable force limits, especially in the Leviathian. We're also doing fine on that, and fine on that. Delhi, however, probably, I would guess, having the price of the whole situation. Yes, they are. They have. No, I was about to say no. I'll be very surprised if they did, but I won't put it past them. Who does have highest income? Mamluks, Malacca, and Delhi. Okay. Yeah, Malacca now actually having a very respectable income and a very decent one from that from trade. Let me guess, nicking. No, just 2 ducats there, but God, huge chunks coming in from Siam. A lot coming in from just a lot of places. And yeah, Siam is no longer a start node. It actually gets something from Canton, which means that, you know, conquering Canton as Siam expanding to China actually makes sense. Because God, your trade was messed up otherwise. And with Burma going to Siam, it just means that Siam is a lot better, nicer than it used to be. Same can actually be said for Ethiopia. Now, if you you know, if you played before in current patches, you'll remember that there would not be a trade node from Katsina. Or at least Katsina was something, and this was all Timbuktu 2 that went into Ethiopia. These were just separate, but now India's a lot. Africa's a lot more connected. I think it was the same update that added split up civilian to civilian Valencia, and also added Ragusa, because I do remember back in the day when at least moved around Ragusa. I remember when Constantinople used to include all of Transylvania. So I do remember, like, I think one of my first Ottoman's campaign having to complain that, oh God, I had to secure my trading and then invade into Hungary. And on the topic of invading into Hungary, that's exactly what the Ottomans are doing right now. Probably not for trade reasons, but probably for trade reasons. Oh, did they take that retreat there? Interesting choice. I think there may be a retreatment bug, where if you arrive in the same day battle ends, but... Ouch. Okay, they come in piecemeal. They come in piecemeal, that's bad. Without their good general as well, which is... not good. Not good at all. Okay, man. But oh, that's bankruptcy. Yeah, okay. Full on death's where it is then, but I think Ottomans will push through with this. Yeah, it does look like it. It does look that way. Now, will Poland be able to... not going to lie, it seems that Poland is not taking this as an opportunity to fight back, and given their... what has gone on with that income there, that is really bad. Jesus Christ. Complete lack of income there. Yeah, shouldn't have integrated Kiev, that was your mistake. There you go. I am assuming Shonakot is independent. Are you taking something like this? No, they're not taking something like that. They'll put Castile in a coalition against them. Assuming this. Also, I mean, it explains a lot how they've been able to expand this much, but that's a respectable amount of AE they got there. So a respectable amount of AE they got there. And already most of the coalition. Did that coalition dip from Austria? Weird. I guess they have all disbanded now, but there they go. Surprised how much Brandon gets with that coalition, but in all fairness, if they are ignoring them, yeah, why not? When in Rome, right? You might as well. And God, yeah, Russia having a relative field day here with Lithuania. Yeah, literally carpet sieging, so. While Poland should be trying to take bites out of Lithuania, said they're being beaten up by the Germans, which Polish, I guess, is a Polish fate. I mean, after all, it does make sense. They do get minus 100% core creation cost. But yeah. Join coalition against Burgundy? No, why would you want to do that? Wait, there is no coalition against Burgundy. They have like literally 0 AE with everyone. What do you mean? My best question is who's running the English channel? And the answer is kind of 50-50 between two people sharing the English channel. The Dutch and the British, but yeah. France also getting themselves a bit of a slice, although not much to call home about. But yeah. Right. Well, at least Iran's starting to make some actual substantial progress into China. Albeit, yeah, be careful fighting their rebels. God, that's... Oh, at least, yeah, they took over the siege for you. So you didn't lose that siege progress. Wasn't the end of the world. Oh my God, does China have anything left? Not enough to do anything, and they were about to get nomadic country. Unregulated nomadic country, which is not a fun one. Oop, they don't meet the pause there. Yeah, Usam does like to lag behind sometimes. But oh well, it's not too bad. Can most ignore it. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're doing well on time. In other news, did Tunis get their peace deal? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And they actually gave up a court to Castile, which was rather cursed, but... Well, Castile's landed on the continent. Albeit, yeah, Tunis now very much hurting from everything and every front. Not the best situation to be in. Not the best situation to be in at all. I like how Castile isn't coring this. Could release Algiers there. They're not. They are actually coring it. They are actually coring it. And then they go there out of civil war. With the huge amount of legitimacy that comes with that. But there they go, right. And I do believe next month's going to be a good month for them because they're finally able to get some more manpower going through them. Which they severely need. Fortunately, next time France is going to come back. Yeah, I think they're going to come back with Elan. So it's going to hurt. But they do have Burgundy now. Burgundy has their own 10% worth of Elan. Still, again, rather surprised. I keep expecting them to come back to here and see Hungary pieced out now, but Hungary definitely holding their own. To bankruptcy, it seems, but yeah, bulwark of Christendom. There they go. They have the Black Army. Wow. Oh, that's bad. That's their 3-star general died in the middle of the battle. That's what's happened there. Slowing back up immediately. Yep. They can sally here as well, I think. Sortie. That could probably change it 2.5k man. They have. They have sorted. And I think that's a win. Bulwark of Christendom, there they go again. God. Definitely cutting it tight, and also Water QQ4, oh yeah. Religious Reconquest. I mean, the real winners of this are people who have avoided all of these early death wars. I think Mammy is having a relatively good time. Yeah. Decent production, decent taxation. Income? I know, decent taxation income. God, I hate saying that, but the main being, of course, that trade is not too nice. So much of it being nicked. Especially by Venice, God. There you go, my headphones collapsed on me. Apologies for that. But yeah, Venice, that's the thing with Mamluks, is they have a lot of things going for them. But their trade is just so good to be nicked. Like, so many major nodes that have a lot of upstream trade power can nick from them. Because Genoa usually has a lot of upstream trade power, so just in lieu of Genoa existing, they get a lot of downstream. Venice gets a lot of upstream trade power, so in lieu of Venice existing, they get pulled. And then Constantinople, just to really nail the in the coffin, you know. So if you exist in Venice, Genoa, or Constantinople, expanding to Alexandria is great because you can normally suck like at least 80% out of it. But if you start natively in Alexandria, you really, even with estuary, harbour, double estuary and harbour, like you really do struggle with that, to say the least. By the way, if you can clarify, there's eventually nothing. I'm just clicking them away so they don't go on my screen. But yeah, no. Are they still guaranteed Cyprus? No, but they can vassalize them. Not sure they don't want to. I should probably actually look around, double checking if everyone's listening by the hole. Let's work through the top. Nope. They're good. I'm assuming Congo doesn't have overplayer alliance limits. Yep. Hungary's fine. France is definitely fine. Malacca most definitely fine, I think, as well. Oh, do they have a player ally? Malacca? No, they don't have player allies, I don't think. Leviathian and yep. No, I think that's fine. Cologne, also absolutely fine. Castile doesn't have enough allies in my opinion, but that's just me. Reggiana go up. I think what that one is again? What would I guess? And yep, they're fine. Ottomans, well, another day, another death, so it seems, but yep, they're fine. Tunis needs at least a friend, because even their Moroccan friend is gone. Oh, Morocco picked up England here, okay. Probably for general safety. They're keeping themselves in a weird trio that way. Yeah, makes sense. That's Vigianigo, that's Tunis. Austria. Austria over dip slots. Oh, they're not actually. Muscovy's over dip slots, let's be completely honest here, but they have no allies, so that's fine. They're always either don't go over dip slots and have a player ally, or go over dip slots but don't have any player allies. Tachi, I don't think are allowed player allies because they're a daimyo, so yeah. Just waiting for Chicago to down them now, although Chicago most likely won't do it. Full quantity, so GG for you, Segi, for doing that. Now at least you've been in a very reasonable position. And yeah, it's on high, I'm assuming as well. Yeah, people bring it to my attention, I'm assuming they don't need to go through. Usually they do in fairness. And did Navarra here get free? Oh, they did. Immediately been allied by... Can they vassalize? Oh, they can actually. God, yeah, and the income now starting to really pale in comparison. The taxes. Oh yeah, postal tax and taxing. Yeah. That's the thing, tax does actually matter over here, as much as people like to laugh at it. But there you go, at least getting a bit more manpower now. God. Yeah, probably best to eat Navarre because he can really fort that province straight away. Can we get a mission already? Yep. I'm really trying to avoid sieging that down. God, they are getting very much cocked out of their Bavarian wedding though, which is not fun to watch. And there they go, Chernigov looking a lot. Fab's definitely a lot nicer in the player map mode than he is on the actual map mode. God, I hope he does end up integrating those. But yeah. God, are we still beating the back? What? Hungary, out of manpower, out of bankruptcy basically, in bankruptcy basically, but still beating back the Ottomans as best as they can here. They have ticking. Oh no, they don't, but they can. Yeah, it's all over Kosovo. Makes sense. Well, I die for Danzig, but I would die for Kosovo. Coal mine and a gold mine. About as good as a province as it gets. No, speak about it. Looks like the Serbians also want to die for Kosovo. Although this time they volunteer to do some siege progress for someone. Well, I guess the Ottomans can leave it without siege progress involved, but there we go. Right, still in player wars. My main one is being who the hell is Denmark at wars? Oh, they're back in against Muscovy. Oh, Uncon. Okay, interesting. Oh, Muscovy going in this time. Okay, Muscovy actually having a lot more troops. Okay. Yeah, but Denmark has Tech 7. Don't know if Muscovy has considered that. You know. But that does bring actually a good point. Can they form Russia? Oh, admin Tech 10 can form Russia. Okay. Yeah, all the prerequisites. I've seen the AI surprisingly not form Russia a lot. Current patches. A lot of the time as well they do it because they have Novgorod as a bloody subject. Oh. Okay. And so Denmark doesn't want to fight that one. Okay. Well, Muscovy definitely more than happy to feed some subjects. Definitely making it look nice and play up. But now Denmark is stuck between a rock and a hard place. An incredibly powerful HRE blob. It's got a decent chunk of Livonian. He can probably go into here, but. Oh god, yeah, I'll probably explain why there wasn't one there earlier, but there they go. Yeah, Austria definitely had a lot more land on this. What happened here? God, Austria. Right, well there's the Uncons, so... Take that and a decent chunk of money. Yeah. God. What a coalition. So they do deal with the Saxon nobles as well. Well, at least Pope started work himself through, and eventually will hopefully actually get himself something resembling at least a helpful stack. He does have Reconquest in that, so get that call back, and yeah, okay. Eventually go to Naples and actually be a useful ally for Castile, I'd hope. Right, can Pete hurry up with a peace deal? Although, I guess it is the Uncon, and it is a major one. Yep. Right, well, I'm going to be back in a single moment. I'm going to turn the lights on in my room because it's started dark. And there's the peace deal. Okay, that's not what I expected them to take, but it is what it is. I'll be back sort of over there because I do want to turn the lights on in my room. It is getting rather dark. That's a nice thing. Usually GC starts in the evenings, but now that because of the whole summer thing, it's a little earlier than that. But there we go. Right. Well, slowly but surely working through that. In other news. Wait, Denmark is still in a play war? Oh yeah, the player war thing, yeah. As they conquered the Martians. Here. well, there they go. They're going to pick up at least something more in terms of that. Still have some interesting, shall we say, subjects, but there they go. Probably going to pick up Oversticht again. Wait, they're at war with. Oh no, that's Utrecht. What was it about to say? And I think Brandenburg does have the Prussia button now. When it's at peace and it owns Königsberg and it's admin tech 10. Yep, it's got the Prussia button, which is a fun button to press. I mean, it's quite weak obviously. Prussia's a terrible tag, you shouldn't form it. Unless you're running my balance mod, of course. But all joking aside, yeah, they do have the Prussia button, which is quite a scary button to be threatening on people. 10% discipline does go a long way. God, there they go again. At least proper reinforcement thing this time. That morale difference, really, literally, that one whole point of morale damage ahead. Very much keeping Hungary alive as best as they can right now. But there they go. Right. Yep. They did. Oh. God, what happened there? So I know Upsilon went slightly behind, but not that bad as Mr. Varville now being streamed. Did Varville crash? Oh, for God's sake. Did my internet also go? That's not the best time for it to go. Please don't tell me it did. Because I just sent a message on Discord and the Discord just went nice and grey on me. There we go. Wait a couple minutes. Oh, wait a couple minutes, but yeah. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. But yeah, crashes happen. Alright, I will leave this up. And we'll keep it paused because yeah, it's a crash, it's not his fault. Waiting for a crash. Yeah, sorry about that. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was worried that for my internet did because I sent a message on Discord and it was grayed out. So I was sending it, like, oh god, that's a bad time for it to dip. It doesn't tend to, but sometimes it does, which is not the best. Oh, that's why part of the thing should fight and they should team up instead. But there they go. Right. No, Poland does have this beautiful legacy of constantly dying, but there we go. Right. I'll give him a couple more minutes, but yeah. Well, in all fairness, his first crash today still not too bad. Honestly, still he'll be hot joining earlier, but yeah. Oh, he's got his couple of minutes. We're on pause until the hot join. Until I see the hot join. Oh, for the love of God, as I say that. This game, honestly, I feel like that's the thing. If I'd make him hot join back in, I'd on pause. And yes, 700k dead pre-1500, so well, you know, make the 30s year war worth it, right? I think what, 8 million died then? But that kind of Reload, that is the game. Well, you know, this is loading screen simulator after all. Or as I like to call it, lobby simulator. Lobby Simulator 2077. Although that was Leviathan. But yeah, no, in all fairness, Leviathan, like, right now is a lot more playable. There's still a lot of very powerful things like concentrate development. I'd argue is a lot more abusable under current patch even. And a lot of those things, but yeah. Hello, excuse me.
If Poland wants to reseed, you can put him on kill one.
Oh, you've been dragged. Fair enough. Basically, I agree. Excuse me. There we go. You leave it rather abruptly. Yeah.
You lied. There is a kill. I don't know.
There is no killer anymore. But yeah. My opponent also received them, yeah. Right. No back off. Got all that for cost of it. Right. Yeah, the game really needs to get a move on. Although the player was between and all of those things. Oh god, why the hell is Eric gonna play war again? What the hell are you even doing? Just damn on. Hey, France going in against Tunis out of all. Oh, humiliation. Yeah, it's probably a free one. There and yeah, they're still taking care of what's left of some pretenders. Oh god, yeah, France now actually getting a lot more manpower from us. Which means that they're definitely going to have a relatively easy time. Yeah, 1485 in there. 95k manpower. Definitely have the upper limit here. And with press one more button, get 20% more morale with Elan. Yeah, that's going to be rather substantial to them. They have worked through a decent chunk of this debt as well. Which is always not the best, but hey, Burgundy got a bunch of land out of it. Go Burgundy. Now, did they? Oh, Burgundy. Did they collect or did they? They transfer still to earn in English channel. Makes sense. Makes sense. Right. Yeah. That's, you know, I didn't do that earlier, if I was to be honest. Because now, in all fairness, he was going to do this. Why didn't he do this earlier? Because now Ottomans can actually turn their full attention to him. Oh god, Ottomans. Substantial amount of debt. Really had to go through all this. I'm gonna be shouted on again, but yeah. It's the price I have to be willing to pay. He's not in here twice, is he? He isn't. He's not here. No, he's not here. Don't scare me like that. I can't find that. I'm going to check. But no. Yeah, co-op with two computers. That's the way you do it. Lobby joining simulator, guys. Go sign up for the EU4, enjoy the banter in the loading box, because nowadays it doesn't crash, so we can actually have some banter in it. But there it is. We'll work through it eventually. There we go. And he's an Ayutthaya. Alright, ready for the desync? If it's a desync, yeah, I'm not enduring this again. Yeah. He's got a point. They are breeding. Yeah. I think that's enough Ayutthaya for mine, but yeah, I agree. Dear God, end me now. But yeah, 3 Ayutthayas. Now, if you ever really wanted a sale of the stability of EU4, we have 3 Ayutthayas. Not 1 Ayutthaya, not 2 Ayutthaya, but 3. See, it's just such a massive country. You need 3 people co-opted on it, you know. But there we go. Vijayanagar finally working through Bakumanis. Well, I say finally, it's been like, you know, 42 years. Guys still also starting to actually look at getting some quantity. Nice. Genuinely, absolutely genuinely getting cuffed out of the Iberian wedding now. Completely unironically. Getting cuffed by horrible RNG after the Iberian wedding. And wow, that's a bucket list of people they have to fight for that Teutonic succession, but there they go. Do they have the Prussia button now? Wow. They would if they called Königsberg, but they can't because they're all with the Teutons. Which are rather interesting, spiel. There they go. Very over war exhausted, which makes sense because they have to expand this much. I really do. They've been able to get away with it because they've been able to vassal feed a lot as well, so well done on that front. Although, yeah, Brandenburg is starting to at least see a coalition forming, which makes sense. And, yeah, Poland now also taking on the receiving end of some beating ups. But there we go. How are the days doing? At least something resembling income, 2 in quantity. Now also getting, yeah, 20% from that, and some more shock damage, definitely doesn't hurt. Real main question is, can they annex them? 98, and yeah, I remember these popped out, but I did look through to how I can fix that, because that was, I don't know if that was a Leviathan bug or anything, but the weird date popping out of them, and I think you can do it. But the issue is it's not stored in the province history files, which is where I looked. It's obviously stored in the actual, you know, save history files, which I don't know how to access. But yeah, wow, to the last admin stab. But yeah, hey, you can form Scandinavia. Woo. Well, I mean, Poland. The issue is that it's hard to claim that Poland is dead. Yeah, they're going to be definitely on the receiving end here, but they can still recover from what they have here. I want to say. The economy will definitely took a turn for the worse, there's no denying that, but the issue is well, not the issue, but basically this land is so developable that it's so nice to recover from, as it were. But yeah, definitely won't be an easy job, I'll give them that. Fighting the Cossacks. Especially without levels of debt, yeah, not the best levels of debt to say the least. They... What? They got... I hate this bug, where it shows you the previous person you clicked on subjects. Because Poland's subjects are Moldavia and Danzig, and not Bohemia. I was very concerned for a moment of how the hell did they get that. Because, yeah. But turns out they didn't. Also, God, this is cursed. You do love to see, it's this Easter egg or something Denmark, but... Yeah, God. It's actually a March. Really adding something to it. Well, there they go. I think, is Brunswick going to be absorbed here? Is Goslar going to be absorbed here? I'm assuming so. Honestly, they're at this point where their A is so huge that by eating people they make their coalition smaller because they kill people who can't join their coalition. Which, you know, is one way of doing it. And the reason we're still on speed 2, by the way, is our last and only player war, the Ottoman Army one. Now, Ottomans definitely have the theoretical advantage here in terms of actual army strength, but Mami have the better country to boot. Look at that insane forceman in comparison. Now, yeah, them around, discipline's far behind, but they can field the Ottomans, they can exceed the Ottoman army by 20k without going and force them. It's not something the Ottomans can say. Yeah, basically a 40 force limit over the Ottomans. Which is something you shouldn't really be ignoring. Assuming, yeah, quite a few subjects here, yeah. Has to have been fed, even into Hormuz here. So, yeah, Hormuz obviously very good for Hormuz. Polish Rage Quit? Well, he's still in the game, so, yeah. Well, not for registration. But yeah, all that for Kosovo. God. 15 interest per annum for 15 ducats a month of interest for Poland. Well, that's the one way to go for, I guess. And yeah, Algiers has been released as a subject, with all 3 calls for reconquest in the virtual sense of the term. The one thing as well is that as soon as France does finish quantity, which it has in fairness, its forcing is going to go through the roof. It already has got a substantial amount because of its provinces and, yeah, the double subjects it has here. Well, definitely not the best situation for the Castilians to find themselves in, that I can give them. I really should go down the nations list. I was going to do that earlier. But, yeah, I really should do that now. Well, there's Mami, so I guess good place to start. I do believe highest income. Yep. And largest... You can see it's an MP game. When you can claim naval hegemony with 4 heavy ships. Now, let's just think that in for a moment. Naval hegemony with 4 heavy ships. Because every other, you know, player has not bothered with heavy ships. Not even Ming. Why isn't Ming built any? That's a good point. Oh, I guess Ming is in a state to build. Yeah, that's actually a full statement. Ming is not in a state to build. But, well, there goes all around. Otherwise, literally best economies so far. Respectable. Army things, yeah, are severely lacking, but they have another 5% discipline coming soon, and they do have some cavalry combat ability off the bat here, which isn't the end of the world. They have finished full quantity, which is what the main reason behind their huge force limit. Comparison to the Ottomans, who are a bit far behind, although they're getting through some economic ideas down as well. They're getting through some economic ideas. But yeah, maybe that wasn't the best idea. I think Ottomans might have this, in fairness. But yeah, manpower now, respectable recovery at 700. But in this war, Ottomans have this. So I think Ottomans will actually have this war here. If I'm being honest, I mean, Mami really need to. Rage quit. Rage quit from Poland, but yeah. Yes, that's one less country for me to go over, but there's Mami for you. Economic winner so far. Moving on to Congo, well, they have a lot of catching up to do. Miltech 4, I mean, it's Miltech 7 is the current tech, so 3 techs behind. They do have institution now, although colonialism will be spawning soon. And they have picked up a... I hate this bug, where it doesn't tell me their actual subjects. of Rwanda, and yep. So the Rwanda subject is great because obviously you can then feed in this. And there's Buganda. Now there's Burundi here somewhere as well. But yeah. I like how for like the Rwanda, isn't this the actual... I don't think it's the actual Rwanda flag, but you know. Revolutionary full kind of type flags of those going for it straight away. But yeah, basically Rwanda will be fed all of the Great Lakes region, just double checking the name. It's a pretty standard strategy for this area to subjugate someone across the uncolonized land and use that to conquer. But moving on, we're back to Hungary, who, as I mentioned earlier, had almost successfully beaten back the Ottomans, but definitely not well enough. But that tells me they just went through bankruptcy. Makes sense until 92. And as always, as you go through bankruptcy, there's your Peasants' War. Not the best situation to be in, but it's something you're gonna have to go through this early on, I'm afraid. And Upsilon lagging behind is another classic. Thank you, Upsilon, very cool. But yeah, moving on to that, we have France, which has actually been in a bit of a painful war earlier against Castile, but they've recovered from that pretty well. For lookets of interest is nothing for a country of this size. The economy, well, I would say it's been better, but it's still reasonable, especially given the limitations of MP. Yeah, otherwise so far so good. They've set themselves up for some reasonable reconquest with a couple of subjects, especially with Lyon. Although Syria's probably just to prevent having to court. And they have some really strong alliances in terms of who they need to fight. They have an alliance with England, which skills them in that regard. They have an alliance with Morocco, which allows them to go against Castile. So far so good. Right, then on from France we get to Malacca, who I believe is second highest income, so definitely doing well on that, and that's because they're getting a lot of trade into Malacca trade mode, so they get a large chunk of themselves. Doing well there. Slightly behind on ideas, but they did have to develop institutions, so makes sense in that regard. Moving back onto Cologne, not as meteoric expansion as Brandenburg, but I think they pay for it by staying relatively under the radar. They also can now start eating into a lot of this thing that have emerged out of the Austria coalition, so that's nice for them in that regard. They do have a respectable idea group to boot, and they have been going through it. They are up on time with tech, you know, just behind in Anna, but that's not the end of the world. And they're still eating substantially enough, especially once you do consider their subjects. Play map mode tells a better story. Yeah, play map mode does tell a much better story. Not sure what the borders through here, but these definitely look like borders drawn here. Yeah, for blind land mode. Makes sense. But yeah, that's Cologne for you, and I think he'll be relatively fine. Then we move back to Castile, who has gone through a bankruptcy and a defeat, so not the best position to be in. But starting to go through ideas, and 2 diptychs behind, so not the best position to be in. Legitimacy completely down the toilet from the whole Peasants' War, but it is what it is. I was about to say Catholic Zealots want, but yeah, I think that's from the previous person or something. Estates are a bit of a mess, but yeah, nobility definitely not happy with them, which is not helping the manpower recovery in the slightest, something they sorely need given that I believe their truce with France either has run out or is running out soon, running out next year. Yeah, not the best luck. But in other news, they have picked up some more allies with Aragon. Well, Aragon's probably an in on them if anything at this point, because Aragon only has allies with Castile, but the Pope and Burgundy to defend a direct reconquest war. So it is what it is in that regard. Vigianaga now have been doing much better than Castile to say the least now. Respectable income, especially for its size, and respectable force limit too. Have gone through their ideas, but have not gone through the institutions, which means that, yeah, I think they did endeavour it, but they're going to get it off from the worst. That's always nice to see. Respectable force limit, but it's Vigianaga, so yeah. Combat stuff, well, they have cavalry and infantry combat ability, but not much more to boot, missing the critical morale and discipline that you do find dominant in the early idea groups. But there we go. Moving back down to the Ottomans, who've been in a plethora of player wars, to say the least, and in fact they're basically surrounded by players. Well, they were with Poland was there, so not the best situation to be in them, but they're taking it pretty well now, beating back the Mamluks rather substantially. And yeah. But, sorry, getting back to the Ottomans, before we do get off that. a respectable economy, although wow, they maintained themselves substantially before Summit. They have also got themselves into a lot of debt now. 16 ducats of debt, I think, puts them at highest debt if you exclude all the people who went bankrupt. So yeah, not the best look for them. But I think once they beat up Mami here, if they do end up doing that, then they can at least get some of Karaman into themselves, which would be nice. Yeah. They can't eat just pretty up the Turkish borders, but there we go. Moving on to Tunis again. Tunis, really, I do believe he's quite a new player. Like only a couple hundred hours in the game, which would be a master for most of the games, but only a couple hundred hours. Yeah, I mean it's a great place to learn. I'll give him that, but definitely off the back foot here now. Behind on institutions, no ideas and no text is hurting him. Really lacking economy, there's no question about it, and yeah, just a sitting duck with literally no allies, so not the best look for them, but I have to commend him for sticking with it. Moving on now, we have to Austria, who did get a major setback of losing the coalition war, but as their example, they have a reasonable economy for their size, especially with Austria does tend to struggle with economy, but the Schwarzsilber mine has popped, so now getting a decent chunk of income from gold, which is always nice to see. Although that inflation is starting to add up. I won't call anything under 10% an issue, but it's, you know, it's something you should bear in mind. As for Force Limit, well, are they the Emperor? They are, and yeah, well, there's not a lot that's meant to the Empire, which is why that Force Limit has gone down quite a bit. But there we go, reasonably into quantity and keeping up on tech, so far so good on that front. Moving on to Muscovy. Muscovy adopting a very, I see you're a subject now strategy, which is interesting, but it's going to hurt you a lot in the dip points in terms of annexation, which I can tell by the fact you're 2 dip techs behind, and a militech behind also isn't nice for you, but you have finished quantity ideas, which is serving you with a really respectable force limit. Economy is also present, and they are quite a bit in the surplus here, given, well, they're not paying for their armies, probably the main deal of it. But, yeah, and really no loans to speak of. 5 burger loans for a country this size is really trivial. It's a pretty good setup on that. A bit behind on techs, but they are made up for it with full quantities, so again, well done on there. And rather impressive expansion now, to say the least as well. Credit where credit is due, especially given bordering Squeezy, who is a very good player in that regard. Definitely won't not an easy border to have again. So there we go. Wish him all the best. Especially since he is now ready to press the button to form Russia. Should be great for him with growing manpower, and yeah, so far so good on that. Moving on to Florence. Florence's expansion, well, definitely took the let's not have a coalition immediately route, which has to be commended. But as far as expansion is concerned, reasonable economy. Well, it's an economy that's comparable to that of France, but that's mostly a trade-driven one. But it's an economy nonetheless, and it's a good one, meaning that they do punch quite a bit above their weight. Full quantity as well, meaning they have a respectable force limit. So if they do want to be involved against, say, a France state, there's probably an opportunity for them for it. And France has picked up Austria as an ally, which, if anything, is probably to try and keep Austria safe than the other way around, but still makes Austria that much less of an inviting target to invade. On that topic, yeah, what's going on here? Oh, just accumulation war, fair enough. But yeah, so far so very good, with full ideas on quantity, and I do believe in not beating behind a militech. No, very well done by Florence here. Credits where credit is due. Moving on then to France. Well, we get to the Pope in a bit, but I guess geographical convenience is geographical convenience. Let's finish up with the Pope as well. Almost similar stories as quantity being finished. Economy a bit worse because he can't utilise trade as well as Florence has, but at the same time still doing relatively well. Clearly allergic to the concept of a standing army, but it is what it is. Of course, being the Pope does have some nice benefits with you. Having this being getting interesting things like that. Don't have conquest of Rome, but hopefully not have people conquer Rome from you. But yeah, so far so good. Right. Moving on to Usagi. Usagi has definitely taken the slower approach to uniting Japan. They're finally going against the daimyo now in 1488. You can definitely do it a lot faster, but by doing it slower, they managed to get the institution now, which is great for them. They've got their ideas sorted, which is, again, so far so good. and definitely having a much more trivial war to clean up what's left of Ashikaga here. And I do believe after a full annexation, which they can get away with, they can. Yep. Probably could separate piece Ainu here too as well to even footing. Yeah, there's Kyoto. They sacked it, which isn't the best, but there's a fort here. There's a fort close to it, so it'll recover. And for 41 ducats, 3-5 armed thresholds, and it's something you'd normally take, but there we go. They've got this in the bag, at least is what I'm trying to say. They did go in against Devon Institution, but in terms of taking Japan slow, they've set themselves up pretty well. Full quantity with economic and being on time with tech, and very reasonable internet as well. I think they have been taking tech slot, quite a bit on time. They've been having a relatively being left alone here as well, without any threats for now, at least from the Manchurian players and the Iraq players. So far so good on that front as well. But there we go, and yeah, Ashikaga will not last long, hopefully. But that concludes the saying, definitely very well built up country. Songhai is next on the list. Songhai, impressive eating. There's no two ways around it. But their tech has definitely suffered from it, being quite still dip tech 2. Yeah, well, I mean, if you want someone to believe that dip tech doesn't matter, then there you go. Dip tech 2 in 1488 is not the best position to be in. But hey, they're feudalism, although they are getting Renaissance. Which is probably for the best, but yeah, no ideas to speak of because they don't have admin tech 5. But they do make up for it with a rather substantial amount of expansion. And if you were just by coalition, they do out great power score the Muscovites, and that's always good to see. Definitely up here in terms of the other players too. Just really behind on techs and monarch points. But that's the thing. Once they take over this area, they can sit back and relax and just build up their country with relative impunity. So yeah, they'll melt in any player war, but they don't have to deal with that problem, at least for now anyway. Unless Morocco decides to come knocking. Oirat now going in again against Ming, so far so good on that position. Reasonable economy. And yeah, only 3 loans, so far so good. Reasonable force limit as well, and after all it is a horde, so once you start hoarding into Ming, you'll be pretty good. Getting unguarded nomadic frontier again, and wow, they're gonna break sooner rather than later here to quite a few people. Could sound too, if anything, but yeah. Ming definitely being, well, definitely the Malaccan feeding fest right now. Although just about everyone is involved. And there's Castile with Morocco in it. I think they just downed that player war. Yep, with that truth. French reconquest of, yep. Did the Pope dishonor? Hasn't pressed the button. Have the Burgundians decided? Haven't pressed the button. Mr. Upsilon, stop lagging behind. Thank you. Well, just need those two to honour, and there we go. Will be a fight. Although Burgundy probably wants to deal with that first. Don't know if they will honour. No. They both dishonored. Which I think that means there's probably going to be a dead Castile here. With very little in terms of forts to speak of. Well, if they do rush down this fort, ironically enough, Navarro will start providing its own control, but now that Morocco can cross easily, yeah. You can they can try and put up a good final fight, but I think France probably went in with Elam now. Yeah, they have. So yeah, with 4.3 morale, only 4.3. Yeah, Castile also, however, now having less, so there they go. Well, Austria also definitely need to play a war. Oh god, they called in Austria. Why? Isn't that a bit overkill? Oh, they called them in because I assume they think Burgundy would honour it, yeah. Yeah, Hungarian Peasants War because of bankruptcy. That's what you get for the early death war, but there we go. Well, moving on back to after Oirat is ironically enough Morocco. who I was going to say has definitely got the best deal out of the Castile War, getting a lot of land from the early thing, picking up both their callback and getting their in into Andalusia, and now going into the Portuguese note there, which is great. Reasonable economy as before, and caught up on text and going through quantity ideas. So far so good on that front. Definitely only confidence there. Now, here's Brandenburg, who I have to say has definitely only been able to get away with this much expansion by vassal feeding Brunswick and Saxony between the two of them, although Saxony has been fed too much. But yeah, respectable vassal feeding is respectable vassal feeding. They do have a large coalition to show for it, although that's surprisingly not firing. An economy that's rather lacking, but it could be a lot worse. And at least with that, because of the vassal feeding to Brunswick, they've set themselves a decent bunch of admin on coring, and with a mill focus, they've been able to get away with that. 1 over dip relations, so they're going to need to drop a player. Actually, that's a good point. Where's Brandenburg?
France.
Hi. Rip Bushy, but also Brandenburg, you need to drop a player because you're over dip slots with player allies.
Oh, right. I'm just gonna
drop
use
the
nobility thing. That gives me
either way
extra slots.
Takes the slots.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
There we go. Right, going through people, noticing that, but yeah, nobility thing, yeah. I mean, it is nice for loyalty as well, especially with Teutonic Order, which has been I'm guessing going to be fed a decent chunk of Prussia here now, but we'll see. Don't the Teutons get an event to just, inherit Prussia? I think no, they get them if Prussia exists and Teutons exist, they get Prussia under PU. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't get rid of the subject relationship because that'd be awkward. But I'm not sure how that works. Doesn't really work, normally never really happens. But there we go, right. Yeah, no, well, I mean, Austria was called in by France because they were definitely promised some Burgundian land, but no chance for that now. But with Burgundy dishonouring, but yeah, Burgundy and the Pope. They could have tried, but there definitely wouldn't have been enough realistically there, so yeah. Moving on to Denmark, who has spent most of the game existing. Got themselves in a reasonable amount of debt over the Muscovite player war, which in fairness they won the first one, but yeah, they decided not to fight that again when they came back. In terms of expansion, full quantity and 1 away, so great on ideas on that front. Reasonable force limit. Just, I don't see where the hell they're going to expand. They have gone a decent chunk into the Danish Balkans, so that's probably their best bet to clean up what's left of Poland, but there's definitely enough vultures in that area as well. So we'll see how that goes for the map. It's slowly starting to be filled out now. Looking rather good actually. We'll take a screenshot of that. Oh, is it Prussia against the Pure and Brandenburg? Okay. That's a lot nicer than... Oh, yeah, sorry, Prussia against the Pure and Brandenburg, not on the Teutonic Orders are involved. Okay. Yeah, I do remember it actually being on Brandenburg, not... Or is it Brandenburg against the Pure and Prussia? It's some dodgy thing, but yeah, shouldn't be an issue. I remember that being like a concern if when I was going Prussia into... Dithmarschen into Prussia, because Brandenburg existed, and then I had a vassal I was feeding, and the vassal formed Prussia, because turns out it could, and I didn't notice that. And I was like, oh god, it's a vassal gonna get feud. But yeah. Well, yeah, thanks for that hip drop tone, but yeah, I think you are right, it is Brandenburg, so not a concern for him, or it shouldn't be anyway. But yeah, so far so good on Denmark, although they have been knocked out of there, which is not the best, but well, it is what it is. The one thing is that under current meta, they do actually have morale of navies buff, naval maintenance, naval force limit, and global naval engagement, which is actually, if you do want to fight Britain navally, is about as good as it gets as an idea group outside of Britain. So that may be a chance, though maybe probably not enough of one. But we shall see. So far so good. And after all, the reason why expansion is the reason why I have expansion to have. Moving on to Noir. who has, yeah, as I've joked a couple of times, trying to immediately leave India, but they still have a substantial presence in it. And a bit of a border being established here, not following trade routes, that trade zones, I'll give him that. Not sure there's a formable he's going for here. Maybe Bharat, but yeah. They also maybe form Rajputs, but so far Mewar actually does have really decent ideas for actual fighting. You've got your discipline, you've got a bunch more live fire damage, you've got a bit of manpower, you've got dev cost, which is actually not a fighting idea, but really good to have an MP. 4 defense is nice to have, a bit of Yeti prestige, but army tradition decay as well. So in general, I would say a really solid idea group out of Mewar here. And she can be used to decent potential, reasonable income, at least by current standards, and a respectable force from quantity has been finished, with full text. I'm not sure which one of the Indians dev institutions, but I'm assuming one of them didn't solve it. But there they go, right. After Mewar, we'll move on to the Pope, who dishonored against Castile, probably keeping him alive in the process. Not much of an army to say that, but he's building one back up. And, oh, standing on the border there. Well, yeah, I think Castile is dead here, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's not the best event to get. But yeah, very foreign to ideas. I'll give him credit on that. Barreling through them, I think leading through on economic now, which is going to give us an alertness to boot. And yeah, at least is friendly with Florence. Not sure how they're going to split up this land, maybe into southern and northern Italy, but a split they have achieved for now anyway. I mean, definitely getting northern Italy is the lion's share of the spoils, but Pope is Pope. To the Reformation, that matters quite a bit. I mean, it does matter definitely past as well. But yeah, moving past that, we go to Delhi now. Delhi actually getting themselves something resembling a much better economy. Yeah, definitely. Actually having highest income right now, because I think Mami got beaten out of it. Although, no, Mami taking the fight. God, with a lot of separatism here, they decided to ignore, but probably for a good reason. That land could be reconquered as for a fight against Ottomans as well. Definitely should have went in a lot earlier, but it is what it is. They are Ottomans, definitely burning as well, as mentioned earlier, but yeah, Mami now income dipping to the point where Delhi can claim to have highest income right by the end now, which goes to show that, yeah, Indian trade, even if you don't have the Persian node, is still really nice to have. Reasonable trade, and just a lot of dev in India. A lot of dev in India. There we go. Clean up what's left of Bengal, which will be even nicer for them. Delhi, I think, is without question the strongest tier, with full quantity and starting to look at economic and being caught up on tech, having almost 100 force in it, which is really nice to see. After that, we go to Manchu, who I'm hoping has finally figured out technology, but I'll be wrong, being institution behind, not having any ideas, and being quite behind in on modern points in that regard. So yeah, not the best position to be in, but still not game ending. They have started to look at China now, taking bits and bobs of it, so that's always nice to see, but there they go. And Upsilon dragging behind is not the best to see either. But, yeah. Hi, Ontico. But yeah, another life spike. Did I pronounce that right? Ontico. But yeah. Okay, they are going against me as well. Wait, what? No, they're not, they're just fighting their land. My bad, I take that back. But hey, at least they're positive on income, which is hard to achieve with an income that low. Because Manchu, this land to get into Ming is not great, let's be real here. Reasonable manpower, even despite no quantity of this, so they can, if they do manage to recover on tech and ideas, they can really do well here, but it is what it is. England also going against Burgundy, interesting. Did Burgundy dow into France? They did. A Hail Mary attempt for to keep the Castilians alive, it seems, but don't know if that would be enough. Well, there's the main battles, and everyone immediately overstacks, but there they go. I think, however, they will be beaten back here, or not. I take that back. A 25k out of the pocket being pulled out by the Florence. Ooh, but will that be enough? That's the real question. Not with a roll of 1 it won't be, not with against an 8. And they've rolled 3 ones in a row. That's really unfortunate for a battle this type. And there goes the paper starting to retreat. And yeah, England was there as well. So not the best luck for them overall. But there we go. Yeah. Going back to that, England wasn't left in the best state, but starting to slowly recover. Having lost a lot of land and a lot of things earlier to that. Picked up some respectable allies at least. They have also gone Orthodox, which is quite good that they went Orthodox this early, although Anglican is still a reasonable religion to have, without question. Scotland sit on passive, yeah, makes sense. And I think they are ready to form GB. I have been wondering if they would go try to form Ireland for their ideas, but I won't know. Ireland does arguably have better ideas for MP, but England definitely has a claim to it as well. Oh, well. I'm assuming that's a crash, but we're going to keep going since the last half an hour. I'm not going to rehost for that. But yeah. Right, well there's the main Lost Player Wars. God, we've got like 21 years into this session. Yeah, 21 years, and it's already 3.5 hours. Yeah, Orthodox England. I mean, it is MP, so Orthodoxy, you do take it for the 5% discipline. Without question, the manpower recovery, Orthodoxy being one of the better religions in the game, if not the best, arguably. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they put it off. I think they got one of the provinces from Muscovy to be enforced on, but yeah. Either way, it worked. So, Orthodox England now. Learn to live with it. Argentine is a good player, so he'll hopefully be able to recover with it. He's caught up on tech, and he is going exploration into quantities, so delay on the deving. But exploration does mean that he is able to start going into the new world. And there it is, beautiful 26 dev natives. And 42 dev natives. And his current patch, this is actually intentional. Turns out I thought this was a bug, no. It's meant to represent all of the native tribal land kind of combined thing. But what it ends up doing is create a massive amount of trade value, like 12 ducats here already. Which means you can suck a lot of trade value just in lure of existence from them. But there we go, first colonies as well. Because I don't think Portugal exists much more. Well, they exist on islands actually. They exist in a state to colonize? Kind of. Gone through expansion ideas now. And 3 into exploration, so... Portuguese exodus it is, although Portugal's not a player to clarify. But yeah, England part of this Hail Mary attempt by the Burgundians. Pope and the Florence to save the Spanish, although yeah, not looking good for them overall. Moving on to QQ, who's had a relatively nice game, eating to Persia now. Getting a lot nicer income now, and also, yeah, have the option to form Mughals, but probably will try and settle on Persia, although they need to reform out of being a tribe and get charged with Quam. Of course, reforming out of tribe means, yeah, getting a decent chunk of reforms done. But it is what it is. Yeah. They do have Persia to form here, which is always nice. As for technologies, they're kept up on time, which is always nice to see, gone through quantity and economics, so yeah. Again, could be better progress, but yeah. It's 1491. It's not 1591. It's MP, so players tend to blob and consolidate a lot more aggressively. There was a Poland, which rage quit. Understandably, they lost through that player wars back to back. Looking on the map mode, yeah, Poland here was the thing, so that was consolidated back in Europe, but yeah. Also, Castile has been incredibly unlucky with the lack of Iberian wedding firing, but yeah. Anyway, moving on to the last person on the list is Burgundy, who has just gone into a horrible war. They're making a decent chunk of money from the English Channel now, having had a decent chunk of it, but yeah. Definitely will struggle with that. Bushy Boy actually is getting, I was going to say, a chance to recover with the Spanish being distracted, but I don't know if that will be enough. He has got something resembling forts going up in at least some reasonable places, but I don't know if it'll be enough. And Aragon is in the war at least, helping them. No, I take that back. Aragon is very busy beating up Naples. Well, that was quite quick to piece them out. And Bushy Boy, yeah, go straight for the death wall here. Makes sense. Take the loans while you can. Well, there's the Paris occupation, which is not something you want to see always, as always. Occupied by the Pope, but yeah. There it goes again. And yeah. Definitely in the back foot here. Much large focus by Austria to piece out Florence and Pope from this, so that France probably can put a nail in the coffin for Burgundy, which is a shame, but it is that. As Burgundy was doing reasonably well with going through their ideas and keeping up on tech again. Said that 15 times over, but there we go. Yeah, 1491 to answer the question. But yeah, the GG on full quantity, but there we go. Still surprised the little Sirhind exists. I'm assuming, yeah, huge Delhi truce is why that's a thing. But yeah. Well, that's another thing with that was, I think, a crash. I don't want to rehost in the last half hour. A lot of people are starting to run out of AI suits. So yeah. So we want to say that Timmy is probably valid for a reseed, but given how passionate they're being eaten, that's probably not something I do want to say. I think Uzbek may be a valid reset as well. What I might do as Uzbek to make it more valid of a reset is just integrate Nagai to make that one horde, as it were, and make them form Bukhara, which, you know, actually that kind of requires owning Bukhara, turns out. Yeah, so they stop being a horde and call that a nation. Yeah, because they just stop being a horde. It might be a valid reset, and obviously I think Kill was still around as a reset option. But yeah, I think they've left the New World too late now for it. But it is what it is. But there we go, goes through all the nations. And 20 minutes to go of the session, god. Constant speed too, because everyone has been a very passionate player since day one. But hey, at least Burgundy doing a bit better against the Bohemia now. And there you go, Scotland landing to Calais. So you may want their call on Calais back, or not. Don't know if they will get their stable port out of it. Would want it, but there they go. But yeah. Without a question, Florence will be pieced out soon, unfortunately. The War Swing in Florence is 32 already. Yeah, once the ball starts falling, it's not going to be present. As the other player was, well, okay, it's Ottomans. At great cost, and you can tell because they're mercenary, they're mer companies are out of manpower. At great cost, you are talking almost 8,000 ducats of debt this early on. Ottomans are finally pushing their head back into the Mamluks, so there they go in that regard. Slowly but surely working their way through with that. So far so good for them. But yep, into the Mamluks they go. Mamluks most probably on the back foot now. Yeah. Breaking to people here and there. Their income definitely dipping from that. Yeah. Okay, they did send a stack to deal with that. But yeah. Going ridiculously over Summit, at least they have to, but they're now out of manpower, which is not good. Get a reasonable recovery, but not reasonable enough to sustain this kind of war. And there's the peace deal, makes sense. Quite horrible borders, but oh, don't need to. Yeah, not to say I need to give them access, but they have both coasts and they have AQ to walk through that. So far so good. Don't need to worry about that. You do love the bucket list. There was Cologne's in it. Interesting. So Austria now gets down. So there it is, the huge player war concoctions. To clarify, we have the Castile at war with Morocco, France. We have France with a bucket list of allies, but because of that, at war with, I think France has the best, has probably the best image for this to go through because they're kind of involved in all of them. To be honest, I think they are in all three. Yes, they are involved in all three. Yeah, probably the best time to deal with Austria as well for the Brandenburg coalition. Although I probably would have waited till Prussia. Although if they went out to Prussia, of course, that would have meant France got even stronger. So yeah, probably a good time for intervention. But yeah, France definitely looking at a Europe fighting them. Just missing Hungary going in as well. Well, knowing Hungary, they're very much aligned with this side, so I can see them going, you know what? Let's go. Oh, great relations. No CB, no access for marriage. Yeah, okay, maybe not. But there they go, right. Well, I don't know if you want to accept that force, especially given, yeah, white piece given you're about to be full occupied. There you are. Yep, 99%. You have to accept 100% war score, I'm afraid. Yeah, Florence, 100% war score against Germany.
Oh, that wasn't too bad.
But,
Okay.
yeah.
Florence, we might want to declare on...
Anyway.
Oh, I don't have a claim anymore. We're going to want to declare on Venice.
Right, there we go. Was it an uncon? No, peace deal. Yeah. Okay. Well, France definitely been on the back foot here. At least they're being paid for this. At least they have to pay for the Spanish land. Spain definitely saying, well, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. God, that's a bit cursed, but there they go. Well, the screenshot was nice earlier when they were with Pope in Florence as well. But yes, rather substantial. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get away with this one. They are winning all the wars, but that's, yeah, not the best look for them overall. And of course, that's the weird thing. And Austria and France were historical major rivals, but in the same way that England-France's alliance makes a lot of sense, so does an Austria-France alliance. It does keep a lot of the other threats to them quite in check from that, so... France literally allying their historical rivals right now, outside of Morocco, although given how much, yeah, Morocco raiding their coasts, historically, literally France allied their historical rivals. You'll have to see that. But yeah, so far so good. Indians having a field day without any major player wars, and Denmark sitting by and not getting involved, probably for the best. Taking that opportunity to eat into Lubeck. Yeah, makes sense. So there they go. Yeah, just bonus string fields. No, I checked that. But probably for the best of Hungary. Are they still bankrupt is a better question, I guess. No. But God, that's not a nice modifier at all. And the lack of stab means, yeah, peasants war. Ouch. Not the best thing to go through. Not the best thing to go through at all. But hey. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Hungary gets unique things for peasants wars. Because of course they do, the same way that Castile gets unique things for being bankrupt. Spanish bankrupt. Well, I think Spain does actually. There we go. Oh, and also do think before I do run off, because it's last 10 minutes, how is everyone's score doing? Because that is actually how we well, score the thing. So, you won't believe it, but Castile is actually second place on score right now. But with Delhi and Nicholas being in the lead there, Ottomans in the third position there. No one else having a chance to get their cards yet. Players only. Yeah. And yeah, followed by Ottomans Who do you about expect? Ottomans, Mamluk, and France. And then Songhai getting... Oh, because they got their victory card. Yeah, makes sense. They're getting that taking up for them. And then QQ as well have done quite well. Austria has definitely done reasonably. Okay, a victory card on Denmark is not going to be a fun one for you, and a victory card on Austria in either won't be. But yeah, so far so good. And even Morocco getting some score. But yeah, so far Delhi definitely emerging as a clear leader of that, because Castile, while being second in score, probably doesn't have a country to back up that ranking. But there we go. Well, there goes Burgundy out of that war. So I think France is probably going to be able to get away with fighting Europe this early on. Which is kind of remarkable, but there we go. Although they are now losing this, so most likely there'll be a focus on getting Castile out now. And yeah, especially with Austria here, they can definitely redouble that focus. Castile, you can take good fights, so good on that, but it won't be good enough. But from this, we might see an Andalusia eventually. That'd be interesting to see. And yeah, slowly but surely they're going to walk to their death. And let's speed through. Let's at least speed 2. But yeah, that scores so far. And yeah, I don't think the Polish Winter Hussars are going to be relieving the colonial siege of Vienna this time, but there we go. So far, so good on that front. Okay, there's the peace deal. Not sure what the hell they took, but they may have took something, if a white piece, if anything. Unfortunately, of course, this does leave Castile in the awkward position where, yeah. I don't see a way for them to come back from this. Well, they stood the right from the wall, so yeah. They tried to keep Spain alive, Castile alive, but Castile have got dealt a very bad hand this game. Aragon, the Aragonese PU they're kind of relying on didn't happen, and France dealt an amazing hand with England just giving all their cause up straight away without any kind of fight at all, and then a relatively easy time getting against Burgundy twice, which has really helped them. Meanwhile, Castile got dealt a pretty bad hand in terms of an immediate confrontation with Morocco, the lack of any substantial allies because Tunis didn't want to ally them against Morocco, and it, again, by antagonising France and Morocco, kind of end up signing their own death warrant there. I mean, yeah, they definitely tried, but a lack of substantial player allies against France and Morocco really signed their doom there. But hey, it is what it is. They got dealt a terrible hand without the lack of the Aragonese PU. Especially since I think it's still not going to happen. Oh, they have a female heir. So, I think Iberian Wedding will actually fire. Fun fact, it will actually fire now. Aragon has a female heir. So they will get Iberian Wedding, although that's probably not going to be enough now. If I'm being honest. And yeah, with the second bankruptcy looming and this stack just walking around waiting for stack wiping. Yeah. Not the best look overall, especially with 91% war score. They can enforce everything they want. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of the early death wars means that you kind of, after you're done with the death war, you're in a disaster because you have no manpower, you have negative stability because you've just gone bankrupt, you know. The countries aren't built up enough to go through a bankruptcy is the best way of putting it, especially from these incredibly early death wars that we're seeing. So it is what it is. I mean, the real winners are people like Delhi, who had the entire game to build up to almost 700 dev and just have a field day. As you can tell, yeah, Great Power number 1. Me being slowly but surely knocked down the rankings. Malacca are definitely looking at it and going, yep, definitely can take a slice of that pie, and Oirats as well. I think we will see Yuan. Well, they will need to beat up, yeah, Manchu, but so far so good. And there we have our Japan forming, and what the hell happened here? Why did Manchu get this? Hello? Is that to go Shinto or something? God, please don't tell me they don't do that. Don't know why that's happened, but that's definitely happened with Japan, so. With Japan's consent, I'm guessing, given the complete lack of navy by the Manchurians, and a lack of a player war. Yeah, complete lack of navy. What navy? But yeah, Manchu not going through a disaster, but it shouldn't have any. But yeah, Japan going to Korea. What a surprise there. Solo war at least. Not sure where the Korean army is. Oh. Well. Where is the Korean army? Actually, genuinely, where is the AI Korean army? Of course, genius military strategy. This is why the AI is such a challenge in EU4. If you're a Korean general, and the Japanese have landed, and they're invading you, what is the thing that you need to do of paramount importance? Would you say maybe siege out, like, you know, siege out the people fighting, like Oirat in Japan, to try and get them out of the war? Or maybe even Oirat, you know, siege out the Oirat capital? No. Not gonna siege out the Oirat capital. You're gonna siege a mountain on top of the Oirat capital. I mean, it's something so genius, I'm pretty missing it here. Aha! We are at war with Oirat. We shall use this as an opportunity to explore the unknown lands of Samarkand. Of course. It makes perfect sense, you know. AI never failed to disappoint, but there we go. I think they're coded to try and aggressively piece people out, but it just kind of ends up with them abandoning the front line, which is always fun to watch. Well, he did take it slow, basically. If we look at Japan, 2023, and he took it slow because he dev the institution. He's got all the tax and all that. But there we go, and I think that's... was that Uncon or something? No. But... it's gonna take 100% then. To enforce peace, yeah. Yes. I mean, session ends in 5 minutes, so... where is the man? Yeah, you can pause to enforce the... Yeah, you force
This was a very unbalanced war.
On your side, yes.
You have to flip EU11 though, in that case,
Yeah,
because it's French occupation right now.
What else do you need? You need Granada, Maria, John.
Yeah, I will let you be.
I need a...
Yeah, you have been 100% at Bush.
Yeah, I know I have.
Okay. Yep. Right, there we go, and also, yeah, last 5 minutes, so end of session soon, TM. And also, yeah, with the pause. Yeah, and end of session, end of this year, by the way, and also uncon from a player, so that's the piece, that's the pause. Yeah, end of session on the end of the year.
I'm actually...
Hello, end of session in, 5 minutes, and the end of this year. Hello, end of session by end of this year. Hello, end of session by the end of the year. Hello, end of session by the end of the year. There we go. Sorry for everyone on stream that has to listen to me say hello, end of session by the end of the year. That's, I think I'm a better system eventually, and what the hell did I just watch? That's ugly. What the hell? Yeah, you need to own all of these cores, and then either have that or that. You need to own all of this. But god, that's cursed. And you didn't even do it with Conquest. Oh. No. Well, at least Castile's still collected navally, but... yeah. I think Castile is dead here, so another reseed most likely. Oh hey, they kept their victory card. But there we go, right. And yeah, Japan invading. Now, again, to defend Japan here, he took it very slow to unite Japan to basically make sure that he can put himself up in the player fight. You can definitely unite Japan and start invading Korea a lot earlier, but you then tend to be a lot weaker against fighting players. So I think he made the right choice here by taking it slow, getting the full quantity ideas done, getting full tech, you know. I can only commend the player in this regard, that he took it slow. Most of the people rush forming Japan, which, I mean, it's great, you get Japan early, but then you tend to lock yourself behind in your, because of that, I feel, and taking your time to form Japan is probably for the best. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Depends on how well we do. Relatively nice player map mode. Again, meant to be. I'm in the VJ, meant to be on Poland. VJ DC'd last 30 minutes, and Poland rage quit, but kind of understandable in this situation. Although, not really. I think it's still had most of the country here. But yeah, we are approaching the last month, December, and the last few minutes of that. But there we go. To just yeah. Very cleanly reading on score. And there we go. That's what's left of the players at this point, again with a VJ and Poland. Most likely VJ will be coming back, I hope. Poland, I think it's fed recently on there, but yeah, Kilber's definitely a potential now. And I think we're running out of reseeds. But there we go. Because now, 1st of January, there's the pause. There's the save. And there we go, we are done. And that concludes the stream for today, so thank you very much for watching, and I will catch you